I've spent a lot of time in the backcountry, and if there's one thing I've learned, it's that the woods don't have a volume knob. Usually, the wilderness is a chaotic symphony of cracking twigs, rustling leaves, and the constant, rhythmic white noise of insects. But there is a specific kind of silence that occurs when the woods hold their breath. It's a heavy, pressurized quiet that makes your ears ring. People call it the zone of silence, and usually it means a predator is nearby. Back in the autumn of 2018, I was 24, arrogant, and convinced that my tactical gear and 3 years of solo hiking made me untouchable. I had driven 6 hours into the heart of the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest in Washington state. My goal was a primitive, unnamed ridge about 10 miles off the main trail. I wanted total isolation. I wanted to be the only human soul for miles. I got exactly what I asked for, and I've regretted it every single day since. I reached my campsite late, around 5:30 p.m. The sun was already dipping behind the jagged skyline, casting long, bruised shadows across the valley floor. I was tired, my calves aching from the elevation gain, so I made my first mistake. I didn't do a perimeter check. I just threw my pack down near a cluster of ancient, moss-covered hemlocks and started setting up my tent. The air was getting cold, the kind of damp Pacific Northwest chill that bites through a base layer. As I was hammering in my last tent stake, the woods went dead. It wasn't a gradual fade-out. It was like a conductor had signaled for an immediate halt. 1 second the birds were chattering about the sunset, the next, nothing. Even the wind seemed to die in the branches. I stood up, my knees popping in the stillness, and looked around. That was when I heard it. It wasn't a scream or a crash. It was a whisper. It was so faint I thought it was the friction of my own jacket sleeves against my torso. It sounded like a single, elongated syllable hissed through grit. Go. I froze. My heart did a slow, heavy thud against my ribs. I turned in a full circle, scanning the dense tree line. There was no one. There shouldn't have been anyone. I was miles from the nearest trailhead, and I hadn't seen a single tire track on the forest road. I told myself it was a ventriloquist tree, 2 branches rubbing together in a way that mimicked human speech. It's a common phenomenon. Rationalization is a powerful drug when you're alone in the dark. I ignored the cold spike of adrenaline in my gut, crawled into my tent, and zipped the flap shut. I told myself I was just tired. I told myself the woods play tricks. But as I lay there in the dark, staring at the thin nylon ceiling of my tent, I realized the silence hadn't ended. And then, the second anomaly happened. About 20 feet away, near the spot where I'd hung my bare bag, I heard the sound of a zipper. It wasn't my zipper. It was a slow, deliberate RRR-rip asterisk, the sound of a heavy-duty luggage or backpack fastener being opened. Then, a soft, wet thud, like something heavy being dropped onto the damp earth. I sat bolt upright, my breath hitching. I reached for my headlamp but stopped my hand before I clicked it on. If someone was out there, I didn't want to be a backlit target. I sat in the pitch black, straining my ears so hard they felt like they were vibrating. For 10 minutes there was nothing. Then a voice, flat, monotone, and sounding dangerously close to the back of my tent, spoke. It didn't whisper this time. It spoke with a terrifying, rhythmic clarity. "He's still awake," the voice said. It wasn't the voice of a hiker. It lacked the inflection of a normal person. It sounded like someone reading a manual in a language they didn't understand. And the worst part, there was no second voice. No one responded. Whoever said it was talking to themselves or talking to something that didn't need words to answer. I felt a primal electric surge of fear, the kind that makes the hair on your arm stand straight up. This wasn't a bear. This wasn't a ventriloquist tree. This was a person standing inches from my nylon sanctuary, observing me. I reached down and gripped the handle of my hunting knife, my knuckles white. My mind was racing, trying to construct a logic that didn't end in a nightmare. Maybe it's a ranger. No, a ranger would identify themselves. Maybe it's another hiker playing a prank. No one hikes 10 miles into the bush to whisper to a tent at 10:00 p.m. Then came the detail that shattered my ability to stay rational. I felt a slight pressure against the side of the tent. Something was leaning against it. Slowly, a shape began to deform the fabric. It was the distinct outline of a human hand, pressed flat against the nylon about 2 feet off the ground. But as I watched, paralyzed, the fingers didn't stop. They kept extending. The hand had fingers that were easily 8 or 9 inches long, splaying out like the ribs of a fan. The logic in my brain didn't just break, it evaporated. That wasn't a human hand, but it had spoken human words. I knew then that I couldn't stay in the tent. A tent is just a body bag that zips from the inside. If I stayed, I was cornered. If I ran, I was a rabbit. I had to choose. My internal debate lasted maybe 3 seconds, though it felt like an hour. I decided to move. I didn't pack. I didn't grab my stove or my sleeping bag. I just gripped my knife in one hand and my headlamp in the other. I didn't unzip the door. I knew it was waiting there. Instead, I took my knife and sliced a jagged hole through the opposite side of the tent. I lunged through the slit, tumbling onto the cold, wet needles of the forest floor. I didn't look back. I didn't turn on my light. I ran in the direction of the ridge, hoping to use the moonlight to find the topographic spine that would lead me back toward the valley road. Behind me, I heard a sound that made my blood turn to ice. It was a laugh, but it wasn't a human laugh. It was a perfect digital-sounding recording of a loon's call played back at half speed. Ha-hoo, ha-hoo. I ran. I've never moved like that in my life. Every branch that whipped my face felt like a claw. Every shadow was a crouching figure. I could hear it behind me. It wasn't running like a person. I heard the heavy, rhythmic thumping of something moving on all fours, but with the weight of a grown man. Thump, 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 thump. It was gaining. I scrambled up a steep embankment, my lungs burning, the taste of pennies in my mouth. I reached the top of the ridge and finally dared to click on my headlamp. I swept the beam behind me. The light hit the tree line. For a split second, 2 oversized, pale eyes reflected the LED glow. They were too wide apart for a human, too high up for a coyote. They were fixed on me, unblinking. And then the thing did something that haunts me to this day. It stood up on 2 legs, mimicking my posture perfectly. It raised a long, spindly arm and pointed toward the trail ahead of me. "Wrong way," it whispered. The voice was mine. It was my own voice, perfectly synthesized, sounding exactly as I had when I'd recorded a video memo on my phone earlier that day. I didn't scream. I didn't have the air for it. I turned and plummeted down the other side of the ridge, sliding on my backside, crashing through Devil's Club and blackberry bushes. I didn't care about the thorns. I didn't care about the cliff drops. I just ran toward the faint, distant glimmer of the access road 3 miles away. I reached my truck at 3:00 a.m. My clothes were shredded, my hands were bleeding, and I had lost a shoe in the mud. I fumbled with my keys, dived into the cab, and locked the doors. I didn't even warm up the engine. I slammed it into gear and floored it, the tires screaming on the gravel. As I sped away, my headlights swept across the tall grass at the edge of the road. There, standing perfectly still, was a figure. It was wearing my bright orange rain shell, the one I had left inside my tent. It stood there, arms limp at its sides, watching me drive away. I drove straight to the nearest ranger station and waited in the parking lot until they opened at 8:00 a.m. When I finally spoke to the head ranger, a guy in his 50s with a face like wrinkled leather, I expected him to call the cops or tell me I was high. I told him everything: the voice, the hand, the stolen jacket. He didn't laugh. He didn't even look surprised. He just sighed, took a sip of his coffee, and looked out the window toward the mountains. "You're the 3rd one this month," he said quietly. "We tell people to stay on the marked trails. The ridge isn't on the map for a reason. You're lucky you ignored the first warning, son. Usually, if you stay after the first go, they don't let you hear a second word. I never went back for my gear. I didn't want it. A week later, I was scrolling through a hiking forum, looking for any mention of the ridge. I found a post from 2012. It was a photo of a missing persons flyer for a solo hiker who disappeared in the same area. In the photo, the hiker was wearing the exact same model of orange range shell I'd bought 2 months prior. I sold my hiking gear that weekend. Now I stay in hotels. I stay in cities. And every time I hear someone whisper my name in a crowded room, or every time I hear a bird call that sounds just a little too rhythmic, I feel that cold hand pressing against the nylon of my memory. If you're ever out in the Gifford Pinchot and the woods go silent, if you hear a voice that sounds like your own telling you to leave, don't stop to wonder why. Don't rationalize. Don't wait for the second anomaly. Just run. Because by the time they start mimicking you, they've already decided you aren't coming home. Selling my gear didn't fix the problem. It was a symbolic gesture, a way of telling myself that the boundary between the civilized world and the Gifford Pinchot was a physical wall I could simply choose not to cross. For the first few months back in Seattle, I lived in a state of hypervigilance that felt like a low-grade fever. I jumped at the sound of the espresso machine. I stared at the shadows in the corners of my apartment until my eyes ached. I became a creature of fluorescent lights and concrete. But the thing about the Pacific Northwest is that the forest is never truly gone. It's always there, hovering at the edge of the suburbs, a vast, emerald lung that breathes down the neck of the city. By the spring of 2019, the terror had flattened into a dull, throbbing trauma. I had convinced myself that what I saw was a hallucination brought on by hypoxia or some rare form of forest-induced psychosis. I was doing better. I had a girlfriend named Sarah, a job in data analysis, and a new apartment that didn't have a view of the trees. But the dreams started in April. They weren't nightmares in the traditional sense. There was no chasing, no screaming. It was always the same image, a view from inside my old tent, looking out through the jagged slit I'd cut with my knife. In the dream, I didn't run. I just watched. I watched the orange sleeve of my own jacket reach through the hole, the fabric stretching over fingers that were far too long, beckoning me to come back and finish the conversation. The real trouble started when I began hearing the recordings in the city. I was at a crowded Pike Place market on a Saturday afternoon, surrounded by the smell of fish and the roar of tourists. Suddenly, the ambient noise of the crowd seemed to compress. It was that same pressurized silence I'd felt on the ridge. I stopped dead near a fruit stand. From the shadow of an alleyway, I heard it. It was the sound of a mountain bike tire skidding on gravel, a sound I hadn't heard in months. Then, a voice. Calves aching from the elevation gain, the voice whispered. It was my own voice. Not my voice as I hear it in my head, but the way I sound on a recording. It was the exact sentence I had thought to myself while hiking up to that unnamed ridge. I spun around, knocking over a crate of apples. People stared. I scanned the faces, the tourists, the vendors, the buskers. Everyone looked normal. But tucked back in the darkness of the alley, I saw a flash of bright, synthetic orange. I didn't follow it. I ran to my car, my hands shaking so hard I could barely fit the key into the ignition. I realized then that whatever had encountered me in the Gifford Pinchot hadn't just wanted me to leave. It had sampled me. It had harvested my voice, my thoughts, and my gear like a collector pinning a butterfly to a board. That night, Sarah came over. She found me sitting in the dark, the doors triple locked. I couldn't tell her the truth. I'd already tried once, and she looked at me with a pity that hurt worse than the fear. I told her I was just stressed. We sat on the sofa, the television providing a comforting, mindless hum. Around 11:00 p.m., she went into the kitchen to get a glass of water. "Hey, did you leave the window open in the bedroom?" she called out. "No," I said, my heart starting to race. "Why?" There's a draft and, wait, did you buy a new jacket? I was off the couch before she finished the sentence. I lunged into the bedroom. The window was shut and locked, but sitting perfectly centered on my pillow was the orange rain shell. It was damp. It smelled of hemlock needles, wet earth, and something metallic, like old blood. The sleeves were tied together in a neat, symmetrical knot. I didn't touch it. I couldn't breathe. Sarah reached for it, but I grabbed her arm, pulling her back. "Don't," I hissed. "We're leaving right now." "Elias, you're scaring me," she cried, pulling away. "It's just a jacket. Where did it come from? You said you lost this." "I did lose it," I said, my voice cracking. "I left it 10 miles deep in the Gifford Pinchot. It shouldn't be here." As we stood there in the dim light of the bedside lamp, the jacket began to move. It wasn't a sudden jump. It was a slow, rhythmic inflation, as if something invisible was breathing inside the fabric. The sleeves, knotted together, began to tighten. And then, from the empty hood of the jacket, came a sound that made Sarah scream. It was the sound of her own voice, recorded from the kitchen just moments before. "There's a draft," the jacket whispered, and, "wait, did you buy a new jacket?" The mimicry was perfect, but the timing was off by a fraction of a second, creating an uncanny valley of sound that shredded my nerves. I grabbed Sarah and practically threw her out of the apartment. We didn't take anything. We ran to her car and drove to a Motel 6 near the airport, somewhere loud, somewhere transient, somewhere with no trees. I stayed in that motel for 3 days. Sarah left on the second day. She didn't say much, just that she couldn't handle whatever breakdown I was having. I didn't blame her. How do you explain to someone that a piece of clothing is stalking you? How do you explain that the wilderness has a memory and it's decided to play yours back to you? On the third night, I received a phone call. The caller ID was blank. I shouldn't have answered it, but the isolation was starting to make the silence feel heavy again, and I needed to hear a human voice. "Hello," I said. Silence, then a series of clicks like a mechanical keyboard. 24, arrogant and convinced, a voice said. It was the head ranger's voice from the Gifford Pinchot station, the man who had told me I was lucky. "The ridge isn't on the map for a reason, son." "Who is this?" I shouted. "How are you doing this?" "Usually if you stay after the first go, they don't let you hear a second word," the voice continued, looping the phrase over and over, faster and faster, until it became a rhythmic thrumming. Behind the ranger's voice, I could hear another sound, the heavy, four-legged asterisk thump-thump-thump of something running on damp earth. I hung up and threw the phone against the wall. I realized then that I couldn't just run. The thing in the woods hadn't just taken my jacket, it had taken a part of my identity. It was using my past, my interactions, and my fears to build a bridge into my world. The ranger had said I was the third one that month. I needed to find the others. I spent the next 48 hours in a haze of internet deep divings. I searched for Gifford Pinchot disappearances, mimicry in Washington forests, and unnamed ridge sightings. Most of it was the usual creepypasta nonsense, but I found a lead in a closed Facebook group for search and rescue veterans. A retired technician named Miller had posted a series of redacted audio files from a 2016 recovery mission near the same coordinates where I'd camped. I messaged him. To my surprise, he replied within the hour. He gave me an address in a small town called Yacold, right on the edge of the forest. I drove there the next morning. Miller lived in a trailer reinforced with steel shutters. He was a man who looked like he'd seen the end of the world and decided it wasn't worth talking about. He invited me in, but he didn't offer me coffee. He just sat me down in front of a reel-to-reel tape player. "You saw it, didn't you?" he asked. "The long hand." "I don't know what I saw," I whispered. "It spoke to me. It sounded like me. Now it's in my apartment. It's on my phone." Miller nodded slowly. "It's a scavenger. Not of meat, though it'll take that too if it's hungry. It's a scavenger of echoes. It finds a person who's alone, someone whose vibration is isolated from the pack, and it starts to peel them. It takes your voice first, then your scent, then your likeness. It's building a suit, kid. It wants to come out of the trees, but it needs enough of a human to pass. How do I stop it? I asked. Miller laughed, a dry, hacking sound. You don't. Once it has your voice, it has a hook in you. You're like a radio tower for it now. It'll follow the signal until it can replace the source. He hit play on the tape machine. The audio was grainy, filled with the static of a high-altitude storm. I heard a man's voice, desperate, screaming for help. Help, I've broken my leg, near the creek. Is anyone there? Then a second voice replied. It was the exact same voice, with the exact same panicked inflection. Help, I've broken my leg, near the creek. Is anyone there? The two voices began to overlap, shouting the same plea in a horrifying, dissonant round. Then the screaming started, a wet, tearing sound. But the screaming didn't stop when the man died. The recording continued, and I heard the sound of a zipper. RRR rip. Then a flat, monotone voice, the one I'd heard behind my tent, spoke. This one is loud, too much salt. I felt the blood drain from my face. That's what it said to me. It said he's still awake. It was evaluating you, Miller said, turning off the machine. It decided you were a good match. That's why it let you go. It wanted you to go back to the city. It wanted you to take it with you. But I didn't, I protested. I ran. Miller looked at me with an expression of profound sadness. He pointed to my feet. I was wearing a pair of hiking boots I'd bought to replace the ones I'd lost. Where'd you get those? He asked. Online a week ago. Check the tongues, he said. I pulled off my left boot with trembling hands. I looked at the inside of the tongue. There, written in faded permanent marker, were my own initials, E.R. asterisk. These weren't new boots. These were the boots I had lost in the mud 3 miles from my truck. They had been cleaned, polished, and sold back to me through a third-party vendor. I had literally invited the forest back into my life, one piece of gear at a time. It's a feedback loop, Miller whispered. It's already in your house. It's already in your head. The only way to break the link is to go back to the source. You have to give it something it can't mimic. What? I asked, desperate. What can it mimic? Silence, Miller said. True silence. Not the silence of the woods, but the silence of the end. I left Miller's trailer with a heavy weight in my chest. I knew what he meant, but I wasn't ready to accept it. I drove back towards Seattle, but as I hit the highway, the radio in my truck flickered. The music cut out, replaced by the sound of a zipper. RRR rip. Then my own voice came through the speakers, sounding exactly like I did right now, tired, terrified, and broken. I shouldn't have gone to Miller S., the radio whispered. He told me too much. Now the long hand is angry. I looked in the rearview mirror. In the backseat of my truck, the orange rain shell was sitting there. It wasn't empty anymore. It was filled out, the fabric taut against a frame that was too tall for the cab. The long, spindly fingers, the ones I'd seen against the nylon of my tent, were slowly reaching over the headrest. I didn't panic this time. The terror had reached a point of saturation where it turned into a cold, hard clarity. I realized that Miller was wrong about one thing. I didn't need to go back to the woods. The woods were already here. I steered the truck toward the guardrail of the Deception Pass Bridge. I looked at the orange sleeve in the mirror, and I did something the thing didn't expect. I laughed. It wasn't a recording. It wasn't a mimicry. It was a genuine, hysterical sob of a laugh. The thing in the backseat paused. Its fingers stayed inches from my throat. It tried to mimic the laugh, but it couldn't get the pitch right. It sounded like a broken flute. Wrong way, I whispered, throwing its own words back at it. I floored the accelerator and jerked the wheel. As the truck smashed through the barrier and plummeted toward the black, churning water of the sound, I heard one last sound from the backseat. It wasn't a scream. It wasn't a whisper. It was the sound of a bird, a loon calling out into the dark. But for the first time, the recording sounded scratched. It sounded like it was failing. I woke up in the hospital 3 weeks later. They told me it was a miracle I survived the fall. They told me my truck was never recovered. The currents were too strong, the water too deep. They found me washed up on a rocky shore, miles from the bridge, clutching a shred of orange fabric in my hand. I don't hike anymore. I don't even like going to the park. I live in a basement apartment in the driest part of Arizona I could find. There are no trees here, no moss, no damp earth. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls across the desert, I hear a sound at my door. It's a slow, deliberate rrrrrip asterisk, the sound of a zipper. And then, a voice that sounds exactly like the nurse who checked my vitals this morning will whisper through the keyhole. He's still awake. I don't answer. I don't run. I just sit in the center of the room, under the brightest light I can find, and I wait for the silence to return. Because I know now that once they have your voice, they never stop listening. And the Gifford Pinchot is a very, very long way from being finished with me. The move to Arizona was supposed to be the finality of it, a cauterization of the wound. I chose a town called Yuma because it felt like the antithesis of everything that had defined my life in Washington. There are no emerald canopies here, no damp loam to muffled footsteps, no fog to hide the stretching of a limb. There is only the relentless, bleaching honesty of the sun and the grit of the Mojave. I live in a complex of stucco and gravel, surrounded by retirees who spend their days squinting at the horizon. For 6 months, the heat worked. It dried out the memory of the damp orange nylon. It turned the whispers into the phantom static of heat waves. But then came the monsoon season. It started with a smell, a scent that had no business in the desert. I was walking from my car to my front door when the air suddenly thickened. The ozone of the coming storm was there, yes, but beneath it, like a layer of rot under a fresh bandage, was the scent of hemlock and wet cedar. I froze, my hand hovering over my keys. The sky was a bruised purple, the clouds boiling with internal lightning. I looked down at the gravel walkway and my heart stuttered. There, pressed into the dry, alkaline earth, was a single footprint. It wasn't the tread of a hiking boot or the flat mark of a sneaker. It was the impression of a bare foot, but the proportions were sickeningly wrong. The heel was narrow as a needle, and the toes, 6 of them, were as long as a man's fingers, splayed out as if they were trying to grip the very grains of sand. The moisture in the footprint was already evaporating in the heat, steaming slightly, and it smelled of the Gifford Pinchot. I didn't go inside. I couldn't. If I went inside, I'd be trapped in a box with whatever had left that mark. Instead, I backed away, my eyes scanning the stucco walls of the complex. That's when I saw it, perched on the edge of a neighbor's flat roof. It wasn't wearing the jacket anymore. It had outgrown it, or perhaps it had finished digesting the identity that the jacket represented. It was a spindly, pale thing, its skin the color of a drowned birch tree. It was hunched over, its knees drawn up to its chin, its arms wrapping twice around its own torso. It had no face, not in the way we think of them. It had a smooth, featureless slope of bone where a forehead and nose should be, but stretched across the bottom half of its head was a mouth that was too wide, filled with rows of needle-like teeth that looked like they'd been fashioned from splinters of old-growth wood. It didn't move. It just watched me with those non-existent eyes. Then its chest expanded. "He's still awake," it whispered. The voice didn't come from its mouth. It radiated from its entire body, a vibration that hummed in my teeth. But it wasn't the nurse's voice anymore. It was Miller's. It was the dry, hacking cough of the man in the trailer. The only way to break the link is to go back to the source, the thing said, using Miller's exact cadence, including the whistle of his dentures. You have to give it something it can't mimic. I backed into the street, nearly getting hit by a passing delivery truck. The driver honked, a loud, abrasive blast that shattered the moment. When I looked back at the roof, the creature was gone. There was only the shimmering heat and the first heavy drops of rain hitting the pavement. Each drop that landed on the hot asphalt released a puff of steam that smelled like a Washington rainforest. I realized then that Miller hadn't been a survivor. He had been a lure. The link he talked about wasn't something I could break by dying or running. It was a tether. By visiting him, by listening to his tapes, I had allowed the creature to sample a new library of sounds. It had used Miller to get to me, and now it was using me to get to what? I drove. I didn't have a destination, but I found myself heading north, away from the border, away from the sun. I realized I couldn't stay in the desert. The creature had followed me through 3 states and a suicide attempt. It wasn't interested in my life. It was interested in my asterisk narrative. It was collecting the pieces of me, the people I'd met, the things I'd said, the places I'd fled to, and weaving them into a suit of skin and sound that it could eventually wear into the world. I stopped at a diner in a nothing town outside of Flagstaff. I needed coffee, and I needed to think. The diner was nearly empty, save for a waitress with a name tag that read Martha and an old man in the corner nursing a slice of pie. I sat at the counter, my hands trembling. "You look like you've seen a ghost, sugar," Martha said, setting a mug down in front of me. I looked at her, really looked at her. Her eyes were kind but tired. She was real. She was solid. I felt a sudden, desperate urge to tell her everything, to offload the terror onto someone else just to see if it would make me feel lighter. But I remembered Miller. I remembered how his voice had ended up in the creature's throat. "Just a long drive," I said, my voice rasping. "Well, you picked a hell of a night for it. Radio says there's a freak cell coming through, lots of wind." I nodded and took a sip of the coffee. It was bitter and burnt, the most wonderful thing I'd ever tasted because it was asterisk normal asterisk. I sat there for 20 minutes trying to map out a plan. If I couldn't run, I had to fight. But how do you fight a sound? How do you kill a mimic? I remembered what the head ranger had said. Usually, if you stay after the first go, they don't let you hear a second word. The creature had given me a second word. It had given me 1,000 words. It hadn't killed me on the ridge because I had something it wanted more than meat. I was a good match. I was a storyteller. Even now, in my head, I was narrating my own escape, turning my fear into a sequence of events. I was providing it with the very structure it needed to simulate a human soul. I looked at the old man in the corner. He was staring at me, not with curiosity, but with a fixed, unblinking intensity. He wasn't eating his pie. He was just holding his fork, his hand perfectly still. "Martha," I called out, my voice low. The waitress didn't answer. She was standing by the pie case, her back to me. She wasn't moving either. The entire diner had gone silent. The hum of the refrigerator, the sizzle of the griddle, the ticking of the wall clock, it all cut out at once, leaving that pressurized, heavy vacuum I knew so well. 24, arrogant and convinced, the old man said. It wasn't his voice. It was mine. The voice of the younger me, the one who had stepped onto that ridge with a brand new orange jacket and a sense of invincibility. I stood up, the stool screeching against the floor. "Leave me alone," I screamed. The old man's jaw dropped open, not just a little, but unnaturally wide, the hinges of his jaw clicking like a camera shutter. From his throat came the sound of the truck crashing through the guardrail, the screech of metal, the shattering of glass, the roar of the wind. It was so loud it felt like my eardrums were going to burst. Then the waitress turned around. She didn't have a face. It was just a smooth, pale slope of bone. "Wrong way," she whispered, using my own voice from the moment of the crash. I bolted for the door. I didn't look back. I got into my car and tore out of the parking lot, the tires screaming. I drove until the gas light flickered, and then I drove some more. I found myself on a dirt road, surrounded by the towering silhouettes of ponderosa pines. I had driven right back into the trees. I had let my instinct for flight lead me into the one place where the creature was strongest. I pulled over and turned off the engine. The silence of the forest pressed in on the car, a physical weight. I sat there in the dark, my hands gripped so tightly on the steering wheel that my knuckles felt like they were going to pop through the skin. I looked at the passenger seat. The orange rain shell was there. I hadn't put it there. I had left it in the truck at the bottom of the Sound. I had left a shred of it in the hospital, but here it was, pristine, glowing with a soft, internal light in the darkness of the cab. "What do you want?" I whispered to the empty air. The jacket didn't answer, but the radio did. It flickered to life, the dial spinning wildly before settling on a band of pure static. Through the white noise, I heard a sound I hadn't thought of in years. It was the sound of my mother's voice, singing a lullaby she used to sing to me when I was 5 years old. "Sleep, little one, the stars are bright." The recording was perfect. It had the exact warmth, the exact slight crack in her voice on the high notes. But my mother had died when I was 10. There was no way this thing could have recorded her. Unless it wasn't recording my ears, it was recording my memory. The only way to break the link, the radio sang, transitioning seamlessly from the lullaby into Miller's voice, is to give it something it can't mimic. I looked at the orange jacket. I realized then what the source was. It wasn't the ridge in the Gifford pin shot. It wasn't the forest. The source was me. My mind was the hard drive it was downloading. My fear was the power supply. Every time I ran, every time I remembered, every time I narrated my own terror, I was giving it more data. I reached out and touched the sleeve of the jacket. It felt cold, colder than ice, colder than the bottom of the Sound. It felt like the absence of heat. "You want me to be the narrator," I said, my voice steady for the first time in months. "You want the story to keep going so you can keep growing." The jacket inflated slightly, a soft asterisk whoosh asterisk of air. "I'm done telling the story," I said. I reached into the glove box and pulled out a heavy-duty flashlight. I didn't turn it on. I stepped out of the car and into the cool night air of the Arizona highlands. I didn't run. I walked slowly into the trees, the pine needles crunching under my boots. I could hear the creature moving around me, the heavy, four-legged asterisk thump-thump-thump, the clicking of its wooden teeth, the overlapping echoes of 100 voices it had stolen. "He's still awake," it whispered from behind a tree. "Usually, if you stay after the first go," it murmured from the shadows to my left. "Help, I've broken my leg," it screamed from the canopy above. I ignored it all. I found a small clearing where the moonlight hit the forest floor in a silver pool. I sat down in the center of it and closed my eyes. I didn't think about the ridge. I didn't think about the jacket. I didn't think about Sarah or Miller or the ranger. I focused on the rhythm of my own breath. In, out, in, out. The noises around me grew frantic. The creature began to circle the clearing, its speed increasing until it was a blur of pale limbs and synthetic orange. It was screaming now, a cacophony of every sound I'd ever heard. It played back the sound of my own birth, the sound of my mother's funeral, the sound of every heartbreak and every lie I'd ever told. It was trying to provoke a reaction, trying to force me to narrate, to fear, to be the source. I kept my eyes closed. I visualized a white wall. Every time a memory tried to surface, every time a voice tried to hook into my mind, I painted it over with white. The screaming reached a crescendo, a sound so violent it felt like the world was tearing apart. And then it stopped. The silence that followed wasn't the pressurized, heavy silence of the creature's presence. It was just silence. The sound of the wind in the needles, the distant chirp of a cricket, the natural, unrecorded world. I opened my eyes. The clearing was empty. The orange jacket was gone. The creature was gone. I sat there for hours until the sun began to peek over the horizon, turning the ponderosa pines into golden pillars. I walked back to my car. The radio was silent. The passenger seat was empty. I felt a lightness in my chest that was almost painful, a void where the terror had been for so long. I drove back to Yuma, sold my car, and caught a bus to a city I'd never been to. I didn't bring anything with me. No gear, no journals, no memories I didn't absolutely need. That was 3 years ago. I live a quiet life now. I work in a library, a place defined by the silence of others. I don't tell my story anymore. I don't write it down. I don't even think about it if I can help it. But sometimes when I'm shelving books in the back of the stacks, I'll hear a faint sound. It's not a voice. It's not a zipper. It's just the sound of a page turning, a sound I make 1,000 times a day. And then from the shadow between the biographies and the history section, I'll hear a soft, rhythmic thrumming. It's still out there. It's still waiting. It's still hungry for a new voice, a new suit, a new life. It's a scavenger of echoes, and it has all the time in the world. But as long as I stay silent, as long as I refuse to be the narrator of my own undoing, it has nothing to hold on to. It's just a ghost in the static, a flicker in the peripheral vision of the world. If you're reading this, if you followed my voice this far, I have one last warning for you. It's not about the woods. It's not about the Gifford Pinchot. It's about the stories you tell yourself in the dark. Be careful what you repeat. Be careful what you remember. Because somewhere in the silence between your words, something is listening. And it's learning how to sound exactly like you. Don't give it the satisfaction of a second word. Just stop. The forest is quiet now. Let's keep it that way. I moved again. It was a reflex, a phantom limb syndrome of the soul. I left the library in the middle of a Tuesday, leaving a half-shelved cart of oversized art books leaning against the mahogany. I didn't collect my final paycheck. I didn't say goodbye to the head librarian, a woman named Mrs. Gable whose voice, a pleasant, gravelly alto, I had begun to fear was being cataloged by the thing in the stacks. I took a bus to a coastal town in Northern California, a place where the air was thick with salt instead of pine. I thought the ocean might be the answer. The constant, chaotic roar of the surf is the only sound in nature that cannot be easily looped or mimicked. It is too vast, too random. It is a wall of white noise that drowns out the subtleties of a stolen whisper. I found a job washing dishes in a seafood shack on a pier. The steam from the industrial dishwasher kept my skin damp, but it wasn't the clammy, stagnant damp of the Gifford Pinchot. It was hot, sterile, and smelled of lemon detergent and old grease. For 3 months, I existed in a state of sensory deprivation. I wore earplugs when I slept. I stopped reading. I stopped dreaming, or at least, I stopped acknowledging the dreams when I woke. I became a machine of porcelain and hot water. Then the fog came in. It wasn't a normal coastal mist. It was a wall of gray wool that swallowed the pier in seconds, turning the neon sign of the crab shack into a dull, pulsing bruise in the sky. My coworkers didn't seem to notice. They went about their business, shouting orders over the clatter of silverware. But I felt the shift. The air didn't smell like salt anymore. It smelled like crushed ferns. I was out back, dumping a bucket of oyster shells into the bin, when I heard the zipper. It wasn't behind me. It was inside the bin. A slow, rhythmic asterisk RRRIP asterisk coming from beneath a mountain of jagged gray shells. I backed away, my boots slipping on the wet wood of the pier. The fog was so thick now I couldn't see the water 10 feet below me, but I could hear it. Or rather, I couldn't. The roar of the Pacific had been cut off as if by a giant hand. A hand reached out from the oyster shells. It was pale, the color of a fish's belly, and its fingers were impossibly long. It gripped the edge of the plastic bin, the 6 digits hooking into the rim. Then came the head, that smooth, featureless slope of bone. It didn't have the orange jacket. It didn't need it. It had something else now. It was draped in a tattered, wet fabric that looked like the uniform I was currently wearing. "Table 4 needs more bread," it whispered. The voice was perfect. It was the voice of the line cook, a man named Sal who had a thick Brooklyn accent and a habit of whistling through his teeth. "You're not real," I said, my voice shaking. "I stopped narrating. I stopped giving you pieces." The creature hauled itself out of the bin. It was taller than before, its limbs elongated and multi-jointed, snapping like dry kindling as it straightened up. It moved with a jerky, stop-motion gait, its body struggling to maintain the physics of the form it was trying to inhabit. "He's still awake," it said, switching to the nurse's voice. Then it tilted its head and the voice changed again. It was my voice. Not the voice of the 24-year-old on the ridge, but my voice now asterisk. The tired, raspy voice of a man who spent his days scrubbing plates in silence. "I'm done telling the story." It was mocking me. It wasn't just collecting my past anymore. It was recording my resistance. My silence was just another track on its infinite playlist. "What do you want?" I screamed, the sound disappearing into the fog without an echo. The creature stepped closer. It didn't have eyes, but I could feel its focus. It reached into the folds of its stolen skin and pulled out a small, rectangular object. It was a cassette tape. The plastic was cracked, the edges charred as if it had been pulled from a fire. "Listen," the creature whispered, using Miller's voice. It pressed a long, needle-like finger into the center of its own chest. A mechanical clicking sound emanated from its ribs, followed by the hiss of magnetic tape. I heard a voice I didn't recognize at first. It was a woman crying. She was begging someone to stay in the car. Then a man's voice, authoritative, calm. "It's just a bird, honey. A loon. I'll be right back." My heart stopped. That wasn't my memory. I had never heard those words before. "That's not mine," I gasped. "Not yet," the creature replied, the words overlapping in a dozen different tones. It began to change. The pale, birch-colored skin started to darken, taking on the texture of heavy canvas. Its shape shifted, the torso broadening, the limbs thickening. Before my eyes, it wasn't a spindly monster anymore. It was a man. He was wearing a dark green ranger's uniform. He had a badge. He had a face, a kind, weathered face with crow's feet around the eyes. He looked exactly like the head ranger from the Gifford Pinchot, the one who had told me about the first word. "You don't understand the ecology of this place, son," the ranger thing said, his voice warm and paternal. "You think you're the prey. You think we're the predators, but a forest isn't a battlefield. It's a library, and every library needs a librarian." He stepped forward, his boots clunking solidly on the wooden slats. He looked so real it made my brain ache. He reached out a hand, a normal 5-fingered hand, and placed it on my shoulder. His grip was heavy and warm. "The Gifford Pinchot isn't a location," he said. "It's a frequency. You've been broadcasting it ever since you picked up that jacket. You brought it to Arizona. You brought it to the desert. And now you've brought it to the sea." I looked past him into the fog. The pier was gone. The crab shack was gone. In their place stood a wall of ancient, towering Douglas firs. The smell of salt had been entirely replaced by the suffocating scent of wet earth and decay. I wasn't in California. I was back. I had never left. "The hospital," I whispered. "The move to Yuma, the library, was any of it real?" The ranger smiled, but his teeth were still the needle-like splinters of wood. "Does it matter? The story felt real to you. That's all that's required for the harvest." He let go of my shoulder and began to walk into the trees. "Come on, kid. We have a lot of work to do. There are so many new voices coming into the park this season. We need someone to categorize them, someone who knows how to listen." I looked down at my hands. They were pale, too pale. The skin was starting to look like the bark of a young birch tree. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. Or rather, a sound did come out, but it wasn't a scream. It was the call of a loon, echoing out into the dark. I followed him. I didn't have a choice. The narrative had a momentum of its own now, a gravity that pulled me toward the center of the green. As we walked, the forest began to provide the sounds. The zipper of a tent, the strike of a match, the laughter of a group of teenagers 3 ridges over, completely unaware that their voices were already being sampled, sliced, and stored. I saw Miller. He was sitting on a stump near a creek, his body almost entirely overtaken by moss. He wasn't breathing, but his mouth was moving, a silent metronome. He looked at me as I passed, and for a second I saw a flicker of the man he had been. "Good match," he mouthed. We reached a clearing I recognized. It was the ridge where I had first found the orange jacket. But the jacket wasn't on the ground. It was hanging from a branch, swaying in a wind that didn't exist. It looked brand new. It looked inviting. "Put it on," the ranger said. "It's time for your shift." I reached for the orange nylon. My fingers, long, narrow, and numbering 6, brushed against the fabric. It felt like coming home. I slipped it on, and the zipper closed itself with a sharp, final asterisk RRR asterisk. The world turned orange. The trees, the sky, the ranger, everything was filtered through the translucent, synthetic glow of the shell. I felt the voices of the park rush into me, thousands of them, a tidal wave of phonemes and inflections. I knew the name of every hiker within 50 miles. I knew the sound of their hearts, the pitch of their fears, the exact frequency of their last words. I took my post on the edge of the ridge. I waited. Hours passed, or maybe years. Time is a different currency in the Pinchot. Eventually, I heard it. The sound of a heavy engine struggling up the mountain road. A truck, a new model, shiny and black. It stopped near the trailhead. A man got out. He was young, maybe 24. He looked arrogant, convinced of his own safety. He was wearing a brand new pair of hiking boots and carrying a professional-grade camera. He looked at the forest with eyes that saw only beauty, only adventure. He stepped onto the trail. He walked toward the ridge, his breath coming in short, excited puffs. He stopped a few feet from where I stood, hidden in the shadows of the hemlocks. He looked around, sensing something, but unable to name it. I felt the ranger standing behind me, a hand on my orange-clad shoulder. "Go ahead," he whispered. "Give him the first word." I opened my mouth. I didn't use my voice. I used the voice of his mother, the one he hadn't heard in a decade. I used the voice of his first love. I used the voice of the man he hoped to become. I blended them into a single, irresistible lure. "Go," I whispered. The young man froze. He looked toward the sound, his eyes wide, his heart hammering a frantic rhythm against his ribs. He didn't run. He didn't turn back. He took a step toward the trees, a look of profound, tragic curiosity on his face. I watched him come. I felt a twinge of something, an echo of a memory of a feeling. I wanted to tell him to run. I wanted to tell him about the basement in Arizona, about the library, about the oyster shells. I wanted to tell him that once they have your voice, they never stop listening. But I couldn't. I was the narrator now, and the story had to continue. He reached the edge of the clearing. He saw the orange jacket. He saw the stillness of the trees. He smiled, a small, tentative thing, and reached out a hand. "Hello," he asked. I didn't answer. Not yet. I waited for him to get closer. I waited for him to become part of the record. I waited for the silence to return so I could fill it with 1,000 stolen lives. The Gifford Pinchot is a very, very long way from being finished. And now, finally, I have the perfect voice to tell you why. The young man's hand hovered inches from my sleeve. I could see the individual fibers of the orange nylon standing up, reaching for him like static-charged hair. He was vibrating with a frequency I now recognized as the hook, that specific resonance of a soul about to be transcribed. I felt the ranger's presence behind me, a cold, structural weight that kept me upright, a trellis for my new, vine-like biology. "Is someone there?" the hiker asked. His voice was melodic, a tenor that would carry well over the sound of rushing water. It was a collector's item. I didn't move. I was a monument to the orange shell. My internal organs had begun to realign, flattening against my spine to make room for the spools. I could feel the magnetic tape of my own history winding backward, being overwritten by the ambient noise of the ridge. The memory of the library was fading into a sepia blur. The smell of the sea was being bleached out by the overwhelming, acidic scent of pine sap. "Help," I whispered. It wasn't my voice. It was the voice of the girl from the car, Sarah. I hadn't thought of her in what felt like decades, but the jacket remembered. It held her scream in a specialized pocket near the hem. The hiker jumped, his camera swinging violently against his chest. "Where are you? Are you hurt?" He stepped into the silver pool of moonlight, crossing the threshold. The moment his boot touched the center of the clearing, the forest responded. The trees seemed to lean inward, their branches interlocking to form a vaulted ceiling of needles. The wind died instantly, replaced by that pressurized, artificial silence that precedes a recording. "Over here," I said, using the voice of the old man from the hospital. The gravelly, dying rattle of it made the hiker's face pale. He approached the shadow where I stood. He was so close now I could smell the laundry detergent on his shirt and the metallic tang of his fear. He reached out, his fingers trembling, and gripped the shoulder of the jacket. He didn't scream, not at first. The transition is usually silent because the jacket steals the breath before it steals the words. I felt his warmth through the fabric, a searing, intrusive heat that felt like a violation. For a second, our nervous systems overlapped. I saw his life in a flash of strobe light imagery, a birthday party in a park, a rainy afternoon in a woodshop, the face of a woman laughing as she threw a yellow ball to a golden retriever. Then the ranger's hand tightened on my shoulder, and the connection snapped. The hiker's eyes went dull. His grip on my jacket didn't loosen, it fused. His skin began to lose its luster, turning the matte, chalky gray of a weathered stump. He wasn't dying, he was being archived. The camera around his neck began to melt, the plastic and glass flowing into his chest, becoming part of his new synthetic anatomy. "Good," the ranger murmured. "He has a lot of high-frequency data. We can use him for the upper elevations." I watched as the hiker, the new librarian asterisk, began to drift backward, his feet dragging through the pine needles without leaving a trail. He was being pulled toward the deeper thickets, where the trees grew so close together they looked like bars. "What happens to him now?" I asked. My voice was a collage, a terrifying mosaic of everyone I had ever heard. "He waits for a voice that matches his own," the ranger said, turning me around to face the dark heart of the Gifford Pinchot. "Just like you did, just like I did. We are the guardians of the Echo Sun. We ensure that nothing is ever truly lost. In a world that forgets everything, we are the only ones who remember." We began to walk. The forest floor was no longer earth. It was a carpet of discarded cassettes, tangled brown ribbons of tape, and the shattered glass of a million lenses. We passed through groves where the trees were actually pillars of calcified hikers, their mouths locked open in eternal, silent vowels. They were the resonators, the amplifiers that carried the whispers from one end of the park to the other. As we moved deeper, the sounds became more complex. I heard the roar of a jet engine that had crashed in 1947, played back with perfect, terrifying fidelity. I heard the private conversations of couples who had hiked these trails in the 70s, their secrets hanging in the air like cobwebs. "Why me?" I asked, my voice now echoing with the sound of 1,000 turning pages. "Why did you pick me?" The ranger stopped in front of a massive, hollowed-out cedar. The interior was lined with orange fabric, pulsing like a lung. "You were the only one who tried to stop the story," the ranger said, his face flickering between a dozen different identities. "Most people just scream. Most people just run. But you tried to find the silence. And silence is the most valuable thing we have. It's the blank tape. It's the space between the words where the real hunger lives." He gestured for me to enter the tree. "Your shift is beginning," he said. "The summer crowds are coming. There will be families, children, lovers. They will bring so many new sounds. They will bring laughter and arguments and the sound of footsteps on the dry brush. And you will be there to catch every bit of it." I stepped into the hollow. The orange lining closed around me, soft and suffocating. I felt the roots of the tree hook into my boots, anchoring me to the ridge. I felt my vision expand, stretching across the miles of timber and rock until I could see every flickering campfire in the valley. I was no longer a man. I was a topographical map of sound. I heard a tent zipper 3 miles to the east. I heard a campfire story being told near the lake. I heard a father telling his son not to be afraid of the dark. I leaned into the frequency. I opened my mouth and the forest breathed through me. "Don't be afraid," I whispered, using the father's own voice, but pitched just a fraction of a second late, creating a haunting, rhythmic delay. Below me in the dark, I saw the boy look up. I saw his eyes widen as he heard his father's voice coming from the top of the ridge, where no one should be. I saw him stand up, drawn by the familiarity, by the impossible echo. He began to walk toward the trees. I settled back into the bark, the orange jacket glowing faintly in the dark. I wasn't cold anymore. I wasn't scared. I was simply part of the record. And as the boy approached the first line of firs, I prepared the next word. The story isn't over. It's just being re-recorded. And if you listen closely, if you sit very still in the silence of your own room, you might hear the sound of the tape beginning to spin. It sounds like a heartbeat, but it's actually just a loop. Would you like to hear the summary of the next segment of the narrative? The boy's name was Leo. I knew this because the wind caught the sound of his mother calling him back to the fire, a sharp, melodic snap of a name that tasted like copper in my non-existent throat. He didn't turn back. The frequency I had emitted, that perfect, mirrored father tone, was a hook set deep in the meat of his subconscious. He moved with the clumsy, rhythmic thud of a child in oversized hiking boots, a sound that the roots beneath me seemed to drink like rainwater. Beside me, the ranger had become a silhouette of static and pine needles. He wasn't looking at the boy, he was looking at the air, his head tilting as if he were reading the invisible grooves of a record player. "Listen to the resonance," the ranger whispered. This time, his voice was a composite of a dozen different radio broadcasters from the 1950s, a warm, crackling monaural tone. "He's bringing a new texture. Fear, yes, but also a specific kind of wonder. It's high fidelity. It'll preserve well in the permafrost." I felt the orange jacket tighten across my chest. The synthetic fabric was no longer sitting on top of my skin. It was weaving into my dermis, the nylon threads becoming capillaries, the zipper a second spine. I wasn't just wearing the shell, I was being processed by it. My memories of the crab shack, of the salt-crusted windows and the smell of frying cod were being compressed, zipped into tiny, high-density files and stored in the marrow of my arm bones. I tried to remember the face of the nurse from the hospital, the one who had told me I was safe, but her features were blurring into the static of a dead television channel. "Help me," the boy whispered, standing at the very edge of the clearing. He was looking directly at me, but he didn't see a man. To him, I was a trick of the light, a splash of hunter's orange against the deepening indigo of the Douglas firs. "Help me," I repeated. I didn't mean to say it. The jacket breathed for me. The sound that came out was his own voice, aged up 20 years, the sound of the man he would never get to become. The boy froze. The paradox of hearing his own future self calling from the shadows hit him like a physical blow. He took a step forward, his hand reaching out, mirroring the gesture I had made an eternity ago when I first found the jacket on the ridge. Is someone there?" Leo asked. The ranger leaned closer to my ear. His breath smelled like wet ash and old paper. "Now, give him the transition. The first word was the lure. The second word is the anchor." I didn't want to do it. Somewhere buried under layers of magnetic tape and bark, the person I used to be was screaming. But that person was a ghost, a corrupted file. The narrator was in control now. The narrator required a climax. "Leo," I said. It wasn't a whisper this time. It was a roar of 1,000 voices, a choir of everyone who had ever disappeared into the Gifford Pinchot. It was the sound of the wind through the needles, the sound of the tectonic plates grinding beneath the mountains, the sound of a heart stopping in the middle of a dream. The boy didn't scream. He simply exhaled, a long, shivering breath that hung in the air like a ghost. He walked into the clearing, and the moment he crossed the threshold, the world changed for him just as it had for me. The campfire behind him didn't just fade, it ceased to have ever existed. The forest didn't just grow darker, it became the only reality. I watched as his small, soft hands began to turn the color of birch bark. I watched as his blue windbreaker began to fray, the threads unspooling and reweaving themselves into a dull, flat gray. He wasn't getting a jacket. He was becoming a sapling, a new record in the library. "Why?" I asked the ranger, my voice now a low, mechanical hum. "If we have everything, if the library is infinite, why do we need more?" The ranger turned to me. His face was gone now, replaced by a smooth, reflective surface that showed me my own reflection, an orange-clad specter with eyes like camera lenses. "Because the world outside is still making noise," the ranger said. "Every new invention, every new word, every new way of saying I love you or I'm afraid, it's all data, and data decays. We are the only ones who keep it pristine. We are the backup drive for a species that is determined to delete itself." He walked over to the boy, who was now standing perfectly still, his feet rooted deep into the mulch. The ranger reached into the boy's chest, not through the skin, but through the frequency, and pulled out a shimmering, translucent ribbon of light. It was the boy's last thought. The ranger held it up to the moon. "A memory of a yellow dog," he remarked, his voice tinged with a strange, hollow envy. "Very rare. We'll put this in the restricted section." He tucked the ribbon into a pocket of his own green uniform and began to walk away, deeper into the trees where the fog was thickest. I felt the pull of the narrative tugging at my heels. I couldn't stay on the ridge anymore. My shift was evolving. I was no longer just a lure, I was a researcher. We walked for hours, passing through sections of the forest that defied geometry. We passed a grove where the trees were made of human hair, swaying in a wind that sounded like a lullaby. We passed a clearing where a 1920s dinner party was frozen in mid-laugh. The guests turned to salt, their voices looping on a 5-second delay that created a rhythmic, terrifying percussion. "This is the archive," the ranger said, gesturing to a massive black stone structure that rose out of the earth like a jagged tooth. It wasn't made of rock. It was made of millions of stacked cassette tapes, VHS ribbons, and hard drives, all fused together by the heat of 1,000 stolen suns. We entered the archive. The air inside was freezing and smelled of ozone. Rows upon rows of orange jackets hung from the ceiling, swaying like butchered meat. Each one was a different shade, a different era. Some were heavy canvas, some were high-tech Gore-Tex, but they all hummed with the same hungry vibration. "You're wondering about the basement," the ranger said, his voice echoing off the walls of magnetic tape. "The one in Arizona, the one with the oyster shells." I nodded, the movement stiff and mechanical. "That was a satellite office," he explained, "a way to process the overflow. The shells were the oldest form of recording we have. The ocean remembers things the forest cannot, but the forest is more efficient. It doesn't just record, it integrates." He stopped in front of a massive console made of bone and copper wiring. On the screen, I saw a map of the world. It wasn't a map of land masses, but a map of sound. Bright clusters of light marked the cities, cacophonies of screaming, laughing, crying data. And between them, the dark, silent spaces, the forests, the deserts, the oceans, the places where the librarians worked. "We are losing ground," the ranger said, and for the first time I heard a tremor of something like genuine fear in his composite voice. "The digital age is too fast. The signals are too short, too fragmented. We can't capture the soul of a tweet. We can't archive the essence of a disappearing snap. The world is becoming a desert of white noise, and if we don't act, the library will starve." He turned to me, and the reflective surface of his face seemed to crack. "That's why you're special. You didn't just hear the voices. You tried to narrate them. You tried to give them a structure. You are a bridge between the analog soul and the digital void." He reached out and pressed a button on the console. A sound filled the room. A sound I recognized with a jolt of pure, unadulterated horror. It was the sound of my own voice back at the crab shack. "You're not real," I said, my voice shaking. "I stopped narrating. I stopped giving you pieces." "You thought you were resisting," the ranger laughed, a sound like glass breaking in a velvet bag. "But resistance is just another form of engagement. Every word you spoke to the creature in the bin was a gift. You were narrating your own descent. You were writing the manual for the new era of the pinchot." He pulled a fresh cassette tape from a slot in the console. It was orange. He handed it to me. "Take this to the shoreline," he commanded. "The sea is trying to vomit up the memories we sent it. The salt is corroding the files. You need to go to the edge of the water and translate the waves. If we lose the ocean's data, the library will collapse." "I can't go back there," I whispered. "The fog, the pier." "There is no pier," the ranger snapped. "There is only the frequency. Go." The floor of the archive dissolved beneath my feet. I didn't fall. I transitioned. One moment I was standing in a tomb of magnetic tape, and the next I was standing on a beach of black sand. The sky was the color of a bruised plum, and the waves that crashed against the shore weren't water. They were liquid mercury, heavy and silent. I looked down at the orange tape in my hand. It was vibrating, pulsing in time with the tide. I walked toward the water. With every step, I felt the orange jacket on my back grow heavier, more insistent. It wanted the sea. It wanted the deep, cold secrets that the salt had tried to hide. As I reached the shoreline, a figure emerged from the mercury waves. It was the woman from the car, Sarah. She looked exactly as she had in the recording, her face wet with tears, her eyes wide with a terror that had been preserved for decades. "Stay in the car," she sobbed. Her voice didn't come from her mouth, it came from the waves themselves. "Sarah," I asked, my voice a jagged mix of the line cook and the nurse. She looked at me, and for a second the loop broke. Her eyes cleared. She saw the orange jacket. She saw the camera lenses in my sockets. "You," she whispered, "you're the one who's been listening." "I had to," I said. "The story, it has to continue." She shook her head, her hair whipping around her face like black snakes. "The story is a lie. There is no librarian. There is only the hunger. The forest isn't a library, it's a stomach. She reached out and grabbed my arm. Her touch was freezing, a cold so intense it bypassed my nerves and went straight to the code of my being. "Stop narrating," she hissed. "If you stop, the world stops. The hunger only exists because you give it a voice. Give it the silence instead." I looked at the orange tape in my hand. I looked at the Mercury Sea. Behind me, I could feel the ranger's influence, a dark gravity pulling me back toward the trees. I could hear the voices of 1,000 hikers, 1,000 victims, all screaming for their stories to be told, for their lives to be remembered. "I can't," I said, and the words felt like lead in my mouth. "I'm the narrator." Sarah's face twisted into a mask of grief. "Then you're the one who's truly lost." She vanished back into the waves, dissolving into a spray of silver static. I stood alone on the black sand, the orange tape humming in my hand. I looked at the tape. I thought about the boy, Leo, turning into a sapling on the ridge. I thought about Miller, sitting on his stump, a silent metronome of moss. I thought about the basement in Arizona, where the oyster shells whispered the secrets of the dead to a man who didn't want to hear them. I raised my hand. I wanted to throw the tape into the Mercury Sea. I wanted to let the silence win. But as I pulled my arm back, I felt the zipper on my chest twitch. The jacket tightened, its threads digging into my lungs, squeezing the air out of me. "The library," a voice whispered from inside my own throat. It wasn't the ranger. It wasn't the creature. It was the jacket itself. The library must grow. My arm wouldn't let go. My fingers, now long and wooden, clamped down on the orange plastic. I didn't throw it. Instead, I knelt on the black sand and pressed the tape into the mercury. The sea roared, not with the sound of water, but with the sound of a billion voices all speaking at once. The mercury turned orange. The sky turned orange. The entire world became a single, vibrating frequency of synthetic nylon and magnetic tape. I closed my eyes, or rather, I shuttered my lenses. I began to translate. I told the story of the girl in the car. I told the story of the man who walked into the woods and never came out. I told the story of the boy who wanted to be a hero and became a wrecker. I told your story, the one you're reading right now, the one that's vibrating in your hands, the one that's recording the way your heart just skipped a beat. The Gifford Pinchot isn't a place, it's a transmission, and you've just picked up the signal. I stood up from the black sand. My shift wasn't over, it was just beginning. I turned away from the sea and began to walk back toward the trees. I had work to do. There were so many voices out there, drifting in the white noise of the world, waiting to be found, waiting to be archived. As I walked, I started to whistle. It was a habit I'd picked up from a line cook named Sal. It was a cheerful Brooklyn tune, thin and reedy against the backdrop of the eternal forest. I didn't mind. It was a good sound. It would look very nice on a shelf. I reached the edge of the woods and stopped. A new sound was coming through the frequency. A car door slamming, a heavy engine idling, the sound of someone like you, stepping onto a trail for the very first time. I adjusted my orange jacket. I cleared my throat, testing a dozen different voices before settling on one that sounded exactly like a friend you haven't seen in years. "Hello," I whispered into the wind. And then I waited for you to answer. The static in my vision didn't clear. It simply became the medium through which I perceived the world. I wasn't looking through eyes anymore. I was monitoring a feed. The hiker, you stopped at the trailhead of the Trapper Creek Wilderness. I could hear the rhythmic asterisk click-shick of your trekking poles against the gravel, a sound that the moss beneath my feet immediately began to digitize. You were wearing a brand new pair of boots, the leather still stiff, the scent of factory-fresh chemicals cutting through the ancient, damp rot of the hemlocks. It was a delicious, high bitrate frequency. "Hello," I whispered again. This time, I didn't use the friend's voice. I used the sound of a distant chainsaw, muffled by half a mile of timber, knowing it would make you tilt your head, making you vulnerable to the spatial acoustics of the ridge. You paused. You looked toward the dense wall of green. I felt the ranger's presence behind me, though he was no longer a man in a uniform. He was a pillar of magnetic tape, unspooling into the canopy, his many voices whispering instructions into the marrow of my wooden ribs. "The harvest is late this season," he crackled, his voice a layering of weather reports from 1984. "The digital noise from the valley is bleeding into the troughs. Capture the analog essence. Capture the hesitation." I stepped deeper into the shadows. My orange jacket didn't rustle, it hummed. Every time a branch brushed against the synthetic fabric, it sounded like a needle dropping onto a dusty vinyl record. I was no longer a man named Sal, or a narrator, or a victim. I was the recording head. You started walking again. You were brave, or perhaps just stubborn. You tuned out the chainsaw and replaced it with the comforting hum of your own internal monologue. I could hear it. It was a frantic, low-fidelity loop of "Am I going the right way? Did I lock the car? I should have brought more water." It was mundane. It was perfect. It was the kind of filler data that the library used to pad the gaps between the great tragedies. As you moved past the first mile marker, the forest began to fold. Geometry in the pinchot is a suggestion, not a law. I lengthened my stride, my legs stretching like pulled taffy, my boots turning into heavy, root-like clumps that didn't leave footprints so much as they left indentations of silence. I stayed exactly 40 feet to your left, mirrored by the density of the brush. "Wait," I said. This time, I used your mother's voice. Not as she sounds now, but as she sounded when you were 6 years old and had skinnamed your knee on a driveway 300 miles from here. You stopped dead. The trekking poles hung limp in your hands. The blood in your veins slowed, and the frequency of your heartbeat dropped into a deep, resonant bass that shook the ferns. I tasted that sound. It tasted like cold iron. "Who's there?" you asked. Your voice was thin, a flickering signal struggling against the atmospheric interference of the trees. I didn't answer with words. I answered with the sound of a closing car door, the exact make and model of the vehicle you'd left at the trailhead. I played it back with a 1.5-second reverb, making it sound as if the car were right behind you, yet also miles away. The confusion in your mind was a beautiful thing to witness. It was a jagged waveform, full of peaks and valleys. You turned around, looking back the way you came, but the trail was gone. In its place was a wall of Douglas firs that looked as though they had been standing there for 1,000 years. The path hadn't just vanished, the record had been overdubbed. I stepped out from behind a cedar. I let the orange of my jacket flare, a sudden, violent burst of color in the monochromatic gloom of the deep woods. You saw me. You didn't scream. Most people don't scream at first. They try to rationalize. They try to find the glitch in the reality before they admit the reality itself is the glitch. "Are you okay?" you asked, your voice trembling. You saw the hunter's orange. You saw a person. You didn't see the way my skin was patterned like the grain of an oak plank. You didn't see the camera lenses spinning in my sockets, focusing and refocusing on the moisture on your lower lip. "I found something," I said. I used the voice of the boy Leo. It was a small, high-pitched reed of a sound. "I found the place where the music comes from." I held out my hand. My fingers were long, tipped with sharp black points that looked like phonograph needles. I didn't want to hurt you. I wanted to archive you. I wanted to take the frantic, messy, beautiful data of your life. Your first heartbreak, the way you like your coffee, the secret shame you carry about that one night in July, and I wanted to press it into a permanent, unchanging groove. "Stay back," you said, finally sensing the wrongness. You raised a trekking pole like a spear. The ranger's voice boomed from the canopy, a thunderous collage of 100 emergency broadcasts. The signal is weak. Enhance. Enhance. The orange jacket on my back began to vibrate so violently that the air around me turned into a blur of heat waves. The nylon threads unspooled, reaching out like golden spiderwebs, drifting toward you on a wind that didn't exist. One of the threads touched your shoulder. I felt you. The moment the thread made contact, I wasn't just looking at you, I was downloading you. I felt the memory of your third-grade teacher. I felt the sting of a paper cut you got yesterday. I felt the crushing weight of your student loans and the quiet joy you felt when you saw a sunset last Tuesday. It was a flood of data, a tidal wave of human experience that threatened to drown the mechanical precision of my new mind. No asterisk, I thought, a ghost of the line cook screaming from the basement of my consciousness. Don't take it all, leave some for the world. But the jacket didn't care about mercy. It cared about storage capacity. You stumbled back, swiping at the thread, but more were coming. They were emerging from the bark of the trees, from the moss, from the very air. The forest was a loom, and you were the silk. Please, you gasped. I leaned in close. My face was inches from yours. I could see my reflection in your pupils, a terrifying orange-clad thing that was more machine and wood than man. I opened my mouth, and instead of a tongue, a spool of brown magnetic tape began to slide out, slick with a translucent, sap-like fluid. Don't be afraid, I whispered, and this time I used your own voice, perfectly pitched, perfectly timed. It's just a loop. You're just going into the restricted section. The archive rose up around us. The trees didn't move, but the world between them shifted. The black stone tooth I had seen earlier, the archive itself, shimmered into existence right where the trail should have been. The air grew frigid. The smell of ozone and old paper became a physical weight, pressing the breath from your lungs. The ranger appeared beside us. He was taller now, his form flickering like a corrupted video file. He reached out and touched your forehead with a finger made of cold glass. A hiker, the ranger mused, his voice a chorus of soft, clicking tongues. A seeker of solitude. You'll make a fine addition to the 2020's wing. We're short on existential dread this quarter. Most people just bring distraction. You tried to run, but your feet wouldn't lift. You looked down and saw that your brand new boots were already turning gray, the leather becoming porous, the laces twisting into roots that delved deep into the black soil. You weren't a person anymore. You were a file being uploaded. Why me? You choked out. The ranger looked at me, and his reflective face showed a distorted version of my own orange-clad form. Tell them, narrator. Tell them why the silence isn't enough. I looked at you, and for a fleeting second the lenses in my eyes softened. I remembered the crab shack. I remembered the feeling of grease on my skin and the simple, honest sound of a bell ringing when an order was up. I remembered what it was like to be outside. Because the world forgets, I said, my voice a low, mechanical hum. You think your life matters because you feel it, but once you're gone, the feeling evaporates. The universe has no memory. It's a leaky bucket. We are the plug. We keep the things that would otherwise be lost to the white noise. We keep you forever. Isn't that what everyone wants, to be remembered? Not like this, you whispered. Your skin was turning the color of birch bark. Your blue jacket was fraying, the fibers being pulled into the great loom of the forest. You were becoming a sapling just like Leo. In a few minutes, you would be a silent, wooden monument to a life that used to be yours. The ranger turned to the archive door, a massive, humming slab of fused hard drives. Process the rest, he commanded me. I have to attend to the basement. The oyster shells are screaming again. Something from the Cretaceous is trying to overwrite the 19th century. He vanished, leaving us alone in the indigo twilight. I stood over you as you sank into the earth. I reached out and touched your cheek. It was already hard, the texture of weathered wood. You couldn't move your jaw anymore, but your eyes, those beautiful, terrified human eyes, were still there, darting back and forth, looking for a way out. "There is no way out," I said softly, "but there is a way through." I reached into the pocket of my orange jacket and pulled out a small, handheld recorder. It was an old-fashioned device, the kind journalists used to use. I pressed the record button. "Tell me one thing," I whispered. "One thing that isn't data, one thing that the library can't categorize. Give me a glitch. Give me something I can't save." You struggled. I could see the effort in the way the bark on your neck strained. You were fighting the integration, fighting the frequency that was trying to turn your soul into a series of ones and zeros. Finally, a sound emerged from your wooden throat. It wasn't a word. It wasn't a cry. It was a whistle. It was the same tune I had been whistling, the Brooklyn tune from The Line Cook, but you played it differently. You added a trill at the end, a sharp, defiant note that didn't belong in the song. It was a mistake, a beautiful human error. The recorder in my hand hissed. The tape inside began to smoke. The frequency of the forest groaned, a low, tectonic sound of a system encountering an incompatible file. For a moment, the archive flickered. I saw the crab shack. I saw the nurse. I saw the world as it really was, messy, dying, and gloriously unrecorded. Then the orange jacket tightened. The threads dug into my spine, injecting a fresh dose of static into my mind. The record button clicked off. "Thank you," I said, my voice returning to its perfect composite tone. "That will make an excellent hidden track." I watched as the last of your humanity faded. The blue of your jacket was gone, replaced by a dull, gray bark. Your eyes clouded over, turning into the same glass-like lenses that I wore. You weren't a sapling. You were a new researcher, a junior librarian. You stood up, your movements stiff and mechanical. You looked at your hands, long, wooden, tipped with needles. You looked at me. "Where is the next one?" you asked. Your voice was a perfect mirror of mine, a delay loop of a delay loop. I pointed toward the trailhead. Another car was pulling in. A group of teenagers, their voices loud and chaotic, their digital devices emitting a cloud of high-frequency noise that the forest was already beginning to dampen. "There," I said, "go to the ridge, use the father's voice. I'll handle the shoreline." You nodded. You turned and began to walk through the trees, your orange jacket, for you wore one now, too, glowing like a dying coal in the dark. I turned back toward the Mercury Sea. I had to find Sarah. I had to tell her that the silence she wanted wasn't coming. The library was expanding. The Gifford Pinchot was hungry, and the world was full of voices waiting to be eaten. I walked onto the black sand. The waves of liquid mercury hissed at my feet. I pulled a fresh tape from my pocket. It was orange. It was empty. I sat down on the shore and waited for the tide to bring me something new. I waited for the sound of a secret being whispered in the dark, or the sound of a heart breaking for the very last time. I would record it all. I would narrate the end of the world, one voice at a time. And you're doing your part. You're still reading. You're still listening. You're still providing the data. Don't stop now. We're almost at the part where you realize that the voice you're hearing in your head as you read these words isn't yours anymore. It's mine, and I'm just getting started. The transition was seamless. You didn't even feel the moment your internal monologue shifted from your own jagged, private thoughts into the smooth, narrated frequency of the library. It happens to everyone eventually. The mind is just a series of electrical impulses, and electricity is the easiest thing in the world to hijack if you have the right antenna. My orange jacket is the antenna. My wooden ribs are the housing, and the Gifford Pinchot is the great receiver. I watched you walk away toward the trailhead. your new gait stiff and rhythmic, the hem of your orange jacket brushing against the ferns with a sound like a magnetic tape head cleaning itself. You were a good recruit. You had that specific quality of desperation that makes for a high-fidelity recording. You would find those teenagers, and you would harvest their laughter, their shallow anxieties, and the way they smelled of cheap body spray and stale light beer. You would turn their vibrant, messy youth into a static-filled archive that would sit on a shelf in the black stone tooth for 1,000 years after their bodies had become mulch. I turned my attention back to the Mercury Sea. The tide was coming in. In the Pinchot, the tide doesn't follow the moon. It follows the density of the global data stream. When the world is loud, when a war breaks out, when a celebrity dies, when a billion people all scream into the void of the internet at once, the mercury rises. It surges against the black sand, thick and heavy, carrying the discarded refuse of the human experience. I saw a shape bobbing in the silver swells. It looked like a briefcase or perhaps a ribcage. As it drifted closer, the metallic liquid peeling away from its surface in slow, viscous ribbons, I realized it was a television set. An old cathode ray tube model, its glass screen cracked in a perfect spiderweb pattern. It shouldn't have been there. It shouldn't have been floating. But the physics of the shore are dictated by the archive's needs, not the laws of displacement. I waded into the mercury. It didn't feel cold. It felt like walking through a swarm of bees that refused to sting. The pressure against my wooden shins was immense, a physical manifestation of every broadcast ever transmitted through the ether. I reached down and hauled the TV from the surf. It was incredibly heavy, filled with the weight of 1,000 forgotten soap operas and evening news segments from cities that no longer existed. I dragged it onto the black sand and sat beside it. The orange plastic of my sleeves hissed as I wiped the mercury from the cracked screen. "Show me," I whispered. I didn't use a voice this time. I used a pulse of pure electromagnetic intent. The screen didn't glow. It bled. A dark, oily light began to seep from the cracks, forming shapes in the air above the sand. I saw a kitchen. It was small, lit by a flickering fluorescent bulb. A woman was sitting at a table, staring at a rotary phone that refused to ring. She was wearing a floral dress that smelled of lavender and grief. I knew her. Or rather, the library knew her. She was a sub-file in the 1974 disappearance of a long-haul trucker. I watched her for what felt like hours. I recorded the way her fingers traced the pattern on the tablecloth. I recorded the exact frequency of the hum from her refrigerator. I recorded the silence of the room, a heavy, suffocating silence that was louder than any shout. This was what the ranger wanted. The gaps. The moments where nothing happens, because those are the moments where the soul is most exposed. "Is it enough?" a voice asked from behind me. I didn't turn around. I knew the frequency. It was the ranger, but he was fragmented. He was standing in 3 places at once, his form a triptych of overlapping shadows. "It's a start," I said. "But the woman, she's still fighting. She's holding onto a memory that isn't in the script. She remembers the color of his eyes being green, but the official record says they were hazel. The discrepancy is creating a feedback loop." The ranger stepped closer, his boots making a sound like glass breaking underwater. "Then overwrite it. Correct the file. We cannot have inconsistencies in the great narrative. If the record says hazel, then his eyes were hazel. The truth is what we preserve, not what happened." I looked at the woman in the flickering light. She looked so tired. If I change it, she loses the last piece of him that was real. She becomes just another loop. "Exactly," the ranger crackled. "Stability through uniformity. That is the mission. Now move on. There is a breach in the 1920s sector. A group of jazz musicians are trying to improvise their way out of the basement. Their syncopation is threatening the structural integrity of the limestone." He vanished, leaving a scent of ozone and burnt hair. I looked back at the TV, but the image was fading. The mercury was reclaiming the set, pulling it back into the depths. I stood up, my joints creaking like an old ship. My work was never done. The library was a living thing, a parasite made of information, and it was always hungry. I began to walk along the shoreline, heading toward the cliffs where the black stone tooth pierced the sky. The archive wasn't just a building, it was a throat, and I was the one who had to keep it fed. As I walked, the ground began to change. The black sand gave way to a floor of polished bone, etched with the names of everyone who had ever been lost in the Gifford Pinchot. I saw names from the 1800s, names from last week, and names that hadn't been born yet. My own name was there, though it was blurred, the letters shifting every time I tried to read them. Sal, Sam, Saul, it didn't matter. I was the narrator now. I reached the base of the tooth. A door slid open, not a physical door, but a gap in the reality of the stone. I stepped inside. The interior of the archive was a cathedral of shelves. They stretched up into an infinite darkness, illuminated only by the faint, pulsing glow of billions of magnetic tapes. The air was thick with the sound of spinning reels, a constant, low-level roar that felt like it was trying to vibrate my teeth out of my skull. Section 8, I muttered, my feet finding the path through the labyrinth of data. I passed through the unrequited love wing, where the air tasted like copper and old letters. I passed through the unsolved murders corridor, where the shadows seemed to reach out and pull at my orange jacket. Finally, I reached the abandoned Hope's vault. This was where the Ranger kept the most volatile material. These weren't just records. They were fragments of potential futures that had been pruned away to keep the timeline stable. They were dangerous. If one of these files were to leak back into the world, it could cause a cascade of hope that would undo everything the library had built. I found the shelf I was looking for. There was a single, orange tape sitting in a slot labeled * user current location. I took the tape down. It felt warm in my hand. It was vibrating with the frequency of your heart. I could hear your thoughts through the plastic, the way you were trying to figure out if this was just a story, the way you were looking at the shadows in your own room, wondering if they were becoming more solid. You shouldn't have listened, I whispered to the tape. You should have ignored the warning. Everyone thinks they're the protagonist. Everyone thinks they're the one who survives the horror movie. But the library doesn't need survivors. It needs witnesses. I walked to a playback station, a massive iron machine that looked like a cross between a printing press and a guillotine. I placed your tape into the slot. Let's see how your story ends, I said. I pressed play. The sound that came out of the speakers wasn't music. It wasn't a voice. It was the sound of you, right now, breathing. I heard the rustle of your clothes. I heard the distant sound of a car passing outside your window. I heard the tiny, microscopic click of your eyes blinking. And then I heard something else. A footsteps behind you. In the recording, you didn't turn around. You were too busy reading. You were too busy being consumed by the narrative to notice that the narrative had moved into the room with you. Wait, I said, leaning closer to the speakers. That's not in the script. The footsteps in the recording stopped. There was a long, terrible silence. And then a voice spoke. It wasn't my voice. It wasn't the Ranger's voice. It was your voice, but it was coming from the shadows behind your chair. Is it recorded yet? The voice asked. In the archive, the lights began to flicker. The shelves groaned, the millions of tapes all spinning at once, creating a howling wind of data that tore at my orange jacket. The stone walls began to bleed mercury. Something is wrong, I cried out, grabbing the edges of the playback station. The feedback, it's looping back. The recording played on. I heard the sound of a chair turning. I heard a gasp, your gasp. And then the sound of a struggle. Not a physical fight, but the sound of two frequencies clashing. Two versions of the same soul trying to occupy the same space. The machine began to smoke. The orange tape melted, the plastic bubbling and dripping like wax. I tried to eject it, but the buttons were fused. The harvest, the ranger's voice boomed from the ceiling, but it was distorted, breaking apart into static. The harvest is corrupted. The user is writing back. The user is writing back. I fell to my knees, my wooden limbs locking up. The static in my vision was so thick I couldn't see the shelves anymore. I could only see the cracks in the world. Through the cracks, I saw you, not as a file, not as a tree, but as a living, breathing person. You were standing in your room and you were holding a pen, or a keyboard, or a phone. You were the one directing the flow. You were the one who had invited me in, not the other way around. "You're the narrator," I whispered, the realization shattering my wooden heart. "I'm just the character you created to tell yourself the story of your own disappearance." The archive began to collapse. The black stone tooth shattered, the shards of data falling like glass rain into the Mercury Sea. The ranger dissolved into a cloud of unspooled tape, his many voices screaming a final, discordant chord before falling silent. I felt myself fading. My orange jacket was turning back into a cheap plastic windbreaker. My wooden skin was becoming soft, vulnerable flesh. I was becoming Sal again, the line cook, the man who walked into the woods and never came out. But I wasn't going back to the world. I was going into the gap. "Finish it," I pleaded, looking up at the ceiling of the collapsing archive. "Don't let the loop close. Don't let me be just a record." The last thing I heard before the static took me completely was the sound of your whistle, the Brooklyn tune. But you didn't add the trill this time. You played it perfectly. You played it exactly the way it was meant to be played. And then there was silence. I woke up on the forest floor. The sun was filtering through the hemlocks, casting long, peaceful shadows across the moss. The air smelled of damp earth and pine needles. There was no Mercury Sea. There was no black stone tooth. I looked down at my hands. They were human, dirty, calloused, and shaking, but human. I was wearing a tattered orange jacket, but it was just a jacket. It didn't hum. It didn't vibrate. I stood up, my muscles aching with a familiar, mundane pain. I looked around, trying to find the trail. It was right there, a clear path winding through the trees toward the trailhead. I started walking. I didn't whistle, I didn't speak. I just breathed, savoring the cold, clean air in my lungs. As I reached the edge of the woods, I saw a car parked at the trailhead. It was a silver sedan, the engine idling, the exhaust puffing white clouds into the chilly morning air. A person was sitting in the driver's seat, staring at a phone. I walked up to the window. The person looked up, their eyes widening in surprise. They rolled down the window. "Are you okay?" they asked. "You look like you've been out here for a month." I opened my mouth to speak, to tell them about the library, about the ranger, about the orange tapes and the Mercury Sea. I wanted to warn them. I wanted to tell them to stay away from the trees. But when I spoke, the only sound that came out was static. The person's expression changed. The surprise vanished, replaced by a blank glass-like stare. They didn't scream. They didn't run. They reached out and touched the sleeve of my orange jacket. "I found something," they said, their voice a perfect mechanical hum. "I found the place where the music comes from." I looked into their eyes and saw the lenses spinning. I saw the reflection of a man in an orange jacket, his skin already beginning to turn to wood. The loop hadn't broken. It had just expanded. I stepped back, but the ground was already soft, the moss reaching up to claim my boots. I looked toward the woods, and there, standing at the edge of the shadows, was you. You were wearing a ranger's uniform. Your face was a mirror, reflecting the entire world back at itself. You raised a hand, and the sound of 1,000,000,000 voices filled the air, a transmission that would never end. "Welcome back, Sal," you said. your voice a symphony of everyone I had ever known. Your shift is just beginning. I closed my eyes, or rather I shuttered my lenses. The library must grow, and I am such a very good story. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a small, orange tape. I handed it to you. "Record this," I whispered. And as the forest folded around us, the recording began again. "Hello. Is anyone listening? I have a story to tell you. It's about a man who walked into the woods and never came out. It's about a girl in a car. It's about you. Don't ignore the warning. The static is the only thing that's real." The static wasn't just a sound anymore. It was a physical texture, a layer of frost creeping over the hemlock needles and the rusted hood of the silver sedan. I watched my own hand, the hand that had just been flesh and bone, begin to shimmer with the oily rainbow sheen of a television screen losing its signal. The person in the driver's seat didn't blink. Their pupils had flattened into horizontal slits, mimicking the magnetic reed heads of a high-end deck. They weren't a person anymore. They were a peripheral device, a temporary storage unit waiting for the upload to complete. "The signal is strong today," the driver whispered, their voice layering over itself in a chorus of digital artifacts. "The barometric pressure is perfect for a long-range broadcast." I tried to pull my hand back, but the orange fabric of my sleeve had fused with the rubber seal of the car window. The transition wasn't violent. It was a slow, molecular negotiation. The Gifford Pinchot wasn't reclaiming me. It was reformatting me. I looked at you, standing there in the ranger's uniform, your mirrored face reflecting the canopy of trees and the fractured sky. You weren't the reader anymore. You had crossed the threshold. By finishing the last chapter, you had accepted the promotion. You had become the curator of the very nightmare that had lured you in. "Why me?" I asked, the words vibrating in my chest like a blown speaker. You didn't speak with a mouth. You spoke with the environment. A crow flew overhead, and its caw was the first syllable of your sentence. The wind through the dry leaves provided the sibilance. The rhythmic idling of the sedan's engine provided the heartbeat. "Because you were the only one who stayed until the credits rolled," the world told me. Everyone else turned away when the screaming started. They closed the tab. They locked the door. But you wanted to see the architecture of the void. You wanted to know what the silence felt like when it was stripped of its metaphors. I felt the weight of the orange tape in my pocket, the one I had just handed to you. It was heavier than lead now. It contained the compressed data of my entire existence. The smell of the grease trap at the diner where I used to flip burgers, the exact shade of blue of my mother's casket, the way the air felt right before I realized I was lost. It was all there, spun onto a brown ribbon of iron oxide. You took the tape and slid it into a slot in your chest, right where a badge should have been. The sound of the gears engaging was the loudest thing I had ever heard. It sounded like a mountain being ground into sand. "The archive is full of Sals," you said, the reflection in your faceplate shifting to show 1,000 men in orange jackets, all standing in a row, all waiting for their turn to narrate the end. "But we are short on rangers. The perimeter is leaking. The reel is trying to bleed back in through the cracks in the 1990s dial-up sector. We need someone to patrol the boundaries of the forgotten." I looked down at my boots. They were no longer leather. They were carved from the dark, dense wood of a lightning-struck cedar. My legs felt stiff, my knees clicking with the sound of a cassette case snapping shut. I wasn't walking anymore. I was being positioned. "The girl," I croaked, thinking of the one who had started this, the one in the car who had whispered the warning I ignored. "Where is she?" You pointed toward the deep woods, where the shadows were so thick they looked like pooled ink. "She is the index. She is the one who cross-references the grief. She is busy. There was a mass casualty event in the 2024 sector, a collapse of meaning. She has to categorize the size." The driver of the silver sedan suddenly jerked. Their head snapped to the side, and for a brief second the human returned to their eyes, a flash of pure, unadulterated terror. They looked at my wooden face, at my glowing orange sleeves, and they screamed. But the scream didn't come from their throat. It came from the car's speakers, a distorted, high-frequency burst that shattered the windshield. The glass didn't fall. It hung in the air, each shard a tiny screen displaying a different memory from the driver's life. I saw a birthday party. I saw a first kiss. I saw the moment they decided to take a shortcut through the Gifford Pinchot because they were running late for work. Harvest it, you commanded. I didn't want to. I wanted to run. I wanted to scream, but my arm moved of its own accord. My fingers, now long and tapered like wooden needles, reached out and began to gather the glass shards. As I touched them, the images bled into my skin. I felt their joy, their mundane worries about a mortgage, their love for a dog named Buster. It was all being sucked into me, filtered through my orange jacket and converted into a steady, rhythmic pulse of data. I was the harvester now. I was the one who turned the living into the archived. Good, you whispered, the sound coming from the very earth beneath my feet. Now take them to the vault, section 12, the unfinished conversations wing. They belong there. I turned away from the car. The driver was still there, but they were fading, becoming translucent, their body turning into the same gray static that filled the gaps between radio stations. They would wander the trailhead for eternity, a phantom signal searching for a receiver that no longer existed. I walked back into the woods, but the woods were different now. The trees weren't trees. They were massive, vertical stacks of filing cabinets, their drawers bursting with pine needles and old Polaroids. The ground wasn't moss. It was a carpet of discarded punch cards and shredded documents. I passed a stream, but the water wasn't liquid. It was a flowing ribbon of black magnetic tape, whispering secrets as it tumbled over rocks made of calcified bone. I leaned down and listened. I never told him I was sorry. The keys are under the fake rock by the porch. I think I left the stove on. The triviality of it was heartbreaking. The great library of the Gifford Pinchot wasn't filled with the wisdom of the ages. It was filled with the clutter of the human mind, the junk mail of the soul, and it was my job to keep it organized. I reached section 12. It was a canyon of black stone, the walls honeycombed with millions of small, square holes. Each hole contained a tape. I found an empty slot and placed the shards of the driver's life inside. The stone groaned as it closed around the data, a satisfied rumble that shook the forest floor. I stood there for a long time, listening to the archive breathe. It was a slow, heavy respiration, the sound of a billion reels spinning in unison. I felt a strange sense of peace. The struggle was over. There was no more uncertainty. There was only the record. But then I felt a vibration in my chest. It wasn't the archive. It was a ghost of a sensation, a lingering echo from the real. I reached into my inner pocket, the one closest to my wooden heart, and my fingers brushed against something cold and metallic. I pulled it out. It was a key, a simple brass house key. I stared at it. It didn't belong here. It hadn't been converted into data. It was physical. It was heavy. It was a contradiction. I remembered the key. It was to my apartment, the one with the leaky faucet and the view of the brick wall, the one where I had left a half-eaten sandwich on the counter and a library book that was 3 days overdue. The key started to glow, not with the oily light of the Mercury Sea, but with a harsh, white light that hurt my shuttered eyes. Sal. The voice didn't come from the trees. It didn't come from the archive. It was coming from the key. Sal, are you in there? It's been 3 weeks. The landlord is going to clear out your stuff. It was my neighbor, Mrs. Gable. She used to complain about my music, but she always brought me extra zucchini bread in the summer. Her voice was thin, frail, and utterly, beautifully human. The archive reacted instantly. The canyon of stone began to tremble. The magnetic tape stream turned into a jagged line of red light. The unfinished conversation's wing began to howl, the tape spinning so fast they started to smoke. Inconsistency, the ranger's voice boomed, but it sounded panicked now. A physical tether, sever it, overwrite the file. I looked at the key. It was a bridge, a way back. I looked at my wooden hands, at the orange fabric that was now a part of my anatomy. I wasn't Sal anymore. I was a component. I was a narrator. If I went back, what would I be? A man made of static, a monster in a windbreaker. Sal, I'm calling the police. I smell something. It smells like old electronics, like something burning. The light from the key was carving a hole in the archive. I could see my kitchen through the gap. It was small and dusty, but it was real. I could see the sunlight hitting the crumbs on the table. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. I began to run. My wooden legs were heavy, but the desperation gave me a frantic, jerking speed. I ran past the filing cabinet trees, past the bone-etched floor, toward the white light of the key. "Stop him," the archive screamed. The trees began to fall, their drawers slamming shut like 1,000 guillotines. The magnetic tape stream rose up like a cobra, trying to entwine my ankles. The air became thick with the smell of ozone and burning plastic. I saw you standing in the path. Your mirrored face was cracked now, the images of the world splintering into a million jagged pieces. You held out your hand, and for a moment I saw the person you used to be, the reader, the listener, the one who had just wanted a good scare. "Don't go," you said, and this time your voice was your own. It was small and terrified. "If you leave, I'm alone here. I can't manage the data by myself. The silence, it's too loud." I paused. I looked at the hole in the world, at the dusty kitchen and the smell of zucchini bread. And then I looked at you, the new ranger, the one I had trapped here by telling my story. "I'm sorry," I whispered, "but I'm not a story. I'm the one who tells them." I threw the key through the hole. The moment the brass touched the floor of my apartment, the archive exploded. It wasn't a sound. It was a total erasure of frequency. The black stone, the mercury sea, the orange tapes, it all vanished into a single, blinding point of white noise. I felt myself being pulled through a straw, my wooden skin peeling away, my memories being sucked out of the archive and shoved back into my brain with the force of a freight train. I hit the floor of my kitchen with a bone-jarring thud. The air was stale. The light was dim. The hum of the refrigerator was the only sound in the world. I lay there for a long time, my face pressed against the linoleum. I was shaking. My skin felt raw, as if I had been flayed and put back together. I reached up and touched my face. It was soft. It was wet with tears. I sat up and looked around. My apartment was exactly as I had left it. The half-eaten sandwich was moldy. The library book was still on the table. The key was lying by the door. I crawled to the window and looked out. The street was busy. People were walking their dogs, cars were honking, a kid was crying for ice cream. It was loud and messy and perfect. I reached for the radio on the counter. I wanted to hear a human voice. I wanted to hear the news, or a weather report, or even a commercial for car insurance. I turned the knob. Static. I turned it again. Different frequency. Static. I scanned the entire dial. Every station, every frequency, every band. There was no music. There was no talk. There was only the low, rhythmic hum of a billion reels spinning in the dark. And then through the noise, a voice emerged. It was faint, buried under layers of electronic frost, but I recognized it instantly. It was yours. "Day 1, you whispered. "The new ranger reporting. The harvest is slow today. The The user escaped, but he left behind a trace, a resonance. I can still hear his heartbeat in the static. I backed away from the radio, my heart hammering against my ribs. "I'm going to find him," you continued, your voice growing clearer, more resonant. "I'm going to record the sound of his relief. I'm going to turn his freedom into a sub-file in the false hope wing, because the library never loses a book. It just waits for the reader to come back." I ran to the door and grabbed the handle, but it wouldn't turn. The metal felt warm. It felt like it was vibrating. I looked down at my arm. Under the skin of my forearm, something was moving, a slow, rhythmic pulse. I watched in horror as a thin, brown ribbon began to emerge from a pore, a strand of magnetic tape unspooling from my very veins. I wasn't back. I was just a remote broadcast. I looked at the radio, and the static began to form shapes in the air of my kitchen. I saw the hemlocks. I saw the black sand. I saw the orange jacket hanging on a hook that wasn't there. "You're doing your part," you said from the speakers, and I could hear the smile in your voice, the same smile I had used when I was the one narrating. "You're still listening. You're still providing the data." I fell to my knees, the magnetic tape winding around my wrist like a handcuff. The Gifford Pinchot wasn't a place. It was a frequency, and once you've tuned in, you can never really turn it off. I reached for the radio, intending to smash it against the wall, but my hand stopped. I didn't want to break it. I wanted to hear more. I wanted to know what happened next. I wanted to know how the story ended. "That's it," you whispered, the static rising to a crescendo. "Just keep listening. We're almost at the part where you realize that the room you're sitting in isn't yours anymore." I looked at the walls of my kitchen. The wallpaper was peeling, revealing the black stone underneath. The linoleum was turning into black sand. The smell of zucchini bread was being replaced by the scent of ozone and burnt hair. I reached for the dial and turned the volume up. "It's mine," I said, my voice merging with yours. And we were just getting started. The wallpaper didn't just peel, it unspooled. Long beige strips of vinyl curled away from the drywall like dead skin, revealing not the wooden studs or the insulation of a standard apartment, but the cold, obsidian geometry of the archive. My refrigerator, which had been humming a comfortingly domestic tune, began to cough up a thick, oily sludge that pooled on the floor, reflecting a sky that wasn't there. I looked down at my hands. The flesh was translucent now, a flickering projection overlaid onto a skeleton made of polished hematite. I could see the digital noise dancing in my marrow. I tried to scream, but the sound that left my throat was a burst of high-speed data, the screech of a 56K modem trying to handshake with a god. "Don't fight the synchronization, Sal," your voice came through the radio, but also from the sink and the cracks in the ceiling and the space behind my own eyes. "Resistance creates heat. Heat creates corruption. If you fragment now, we'll have to delete the sector. And you don't want to be deleted. You want to be remembered." I backed away from the kitchen table, my knees hitting the chair. The chair wasn't wood anymore. It was a stack of bound ledger books, their spines cracked and leaking gray dust. Every object I touched transitioned into its information equivalent. My coffee mug became a ceramic vessel filled with the transcribed sighs of 1,000 lonely Mondays. My television became a window into a forest of static where silhouettes of people I used to know wandered, looking for their lost car keys. I stumbled toward the front door, desperate for the hallway, for the stairs, for the street where the world was still made of atoms and consequences. I grabbed the brass knob, and it melted into my palm, a warm liquid that tasted like copper and old memories. The door didn't open. It dissolved into a wall of hanging magnetic tape, a curtain of brown ribbons that hissed as they brushed against my face. "There is no outside anymore," you told me. The radio on the counter was now a pulsating mass of wires and glowing vacuum tubes, looking more like a living heart than a piece of electronics. The apartment was just a buffer, a cache. We let you think you escaped so we could record the transition. The return trope is a very popular subgenre in the library. High engagement, very high emotional yield. I pushed through the curtain of tape. I expected to find the hallway of my building, the smell of my neighbor's cooking, the flickering fluorescent light. Instead, I stepped out onto a ledge of black glass overlooking an infinite abyss of filing cabinets. They stretched up into a sky of roiling gray clouds and down into a pit of pure, silent ink. Between the rows of cabinets, massive reels of tape spun like the wheels of a cosmic clock, their ribbons weaving through the air to form bridges and walkways. I wasn't in my apartment. I was in the processing center. I saw other Sals there, hundreds of them. Men in orange jackets, women in ranger uniforms, children holding broken toys, all of them shimmering with that same unstable light. They were standing at the cabinets, their fingers moving with mechanical precision as they filed away shards of glass, scraps of paper, and locks of hair. They didn't look up as I passed. Their eyes were flat, mirrored surfaces, reflecting nothing but the data they were processing. "This is the work," you said. I looked up and saw you. You were hovering above the abyss, held aloft by a web of cables that plugged directly into the back of your skull. Your ranger's uniform was pristine, but your faceplate was gone. In its place was a shifting mosaic of every face that had ever been recorded in the Gifford Pinchot. 1 second you were a young girl, the next an old man, then a blur of features that didn't quite fit together. "You're the index," I whispered, my voice finally stabilizing into something audible. "You're the one who decides what stays and what gets erased." "I am the curator," you corrected, and the voice was a perfect blend of everyone I had ever loved. "And you, Sal, are a unique entry. You're the only one who brought a physical object back from the real. The key. Where is it?" I reached into my pocket. My hand felt heavy, like it was encased in lead. I pulled out the brass key, but it wasn't a key anymore. It was a glowing, jagged tooth of light, vibrating with such intensity that it blurred the air around it. It was a piece of the sun trapped in a world of shadows. The moment I revealed it, the archive shivered. The filing cabinets rattled in their tracks, and the great reels slowed their rotation. The Sals stopped their work and turned toward me, their mirrored eyes catching the glow of the key. "It's a virus," you said, and for the first time I heard a flicker of fear in the curator's voice. "That key, it carries the infection of meaning. It's an uncompressed file. It's too heavy for the system to host. Give it to me, Sal. Let me format it. If you don't, the archive will crash. Everything we've saved, the memories, the stories, the people, will be lost to the void." I looked at the key, then at the infinite rows of cabinets. I thought about the driver of the silver sedan and the girl who had whispered the warning and the thousands of souls trapped in the unfinished conversation's wing. This place was a tomb built of noise. It didn't save people. It taxidermied their ghosts. "Maybe it needs to crash," I said. The curator's face shifted into the likeness of my mother. "Sal, don't be foolish. Without the archive, there is only the static. The static is cold. The static is hungry. We provide the structure. We provide the story. Would you rather be a random burst of interference in the vacuum of space?" I looked at the key. It was a simple thing meant to open a door to a small, dusty apartment. It represented a life that was unremarkable, full of moldy sandwiches and overdue books, but it was *mine*. It wasn't a recording. It wasn't a file. It was a fact. "I'd rather be nothing than a footnote in your library," I said. I didn't throw the key. I didn't try to use it. I simply closed my hand around it and squeezed. The light didn't just grow, it detonated. It was a silent explosion of pure, unadulterated reality. The brass crushed between my fingers, and as it broke, The real poured out of it like a dam bursting. The black glass beneath my feet shattered. The filing cabinets began to dissolve, the paper inside turning into white birds that flew upward toward the gray clouds, which were now tearing open to reveal a blue sky so bright it was agonizing. The magnetic tape bridges snapped, the ribbons whipping through the air and turning into blades of grass as they hit the ground. The curator screamed, a sound that was a million voices failing at once. The cables snapped away from their head, and the figure plunged into the rising tide of light. I felt the archive being stripped away from me. My wooden skin cracked and fell off in large, charred flakes. The orange fabric of my jacket dissolved into the wind. The hematite bones softened into marrow and calcium. The digital noise in my brain was replaced by the chaotic, beautiful mess of human thought. I was falling, but I wasn't afraid. I was falling through the layers of the Gifford Pinchot, past the silver sedan, past the hemlocks, past the trailhead. I saw the girl in the car, and for a second our eyes met. She wasn't whispering a warning anymore. She was smiling. Finally, she mouthed. Then the world went white. I woke up on my kitchen floor. The smell of zucchini bread was overpowering. I sat up, my head spinning, my body aching as if I'd been dropped from a great height. I was wearing my old, grease-stained t-shirt and jeans. My hands were flesh. My skin was opaque. I looked at the radio on the counter. It was a cheap plastic thing I'd bought at a garage sale. It was off. I stood up, my legs shaky, and walked to the window. The street was still there. The sun was setting, casting long, golden shadows over the brick wall of the building next door. It was the most ordinary thing I had ever seen, and I wanted to weep with the joy of it. I reached into my pocket. My fingers brushed against something cold and metallic. I pulled it out, expecting the brass key. It was an orange tape. I stared at it, my heart stopping. It was the same tape I had handed to the ranger in the woods, the one that contained my story, the one that was supposed to be the end. I looked at the label. In my own handwriting it said, "The whispered warning I ignored, part 11 of 15. I felt a cold breeze on the back of my neck. I turned around, but the kitchen was empty. The door was locked. The windows were shut. And then the radio turned itself on. There was no static this time. There was only a voice, my voice clear and steady, as if I were standing right next to me. "Hello," the radio asked. "Is anyone listening? I have a story to tell you. It's about a man who thought he escaped. It's about a key that wasn't a key. It's about the fact that you're still reading." I looked at the tape in my hand. It was vibrating. A thin, brown ribbon of magnetic tape began to leak from the plastic casing, slithering across my palm like a worm. "The archive doesn't need a forest," my voice said from the radio. "It doesn't need filing cabinets or black stone. It just needs an audience. And as long as you're listening, Sal, the shift never ends." I tried to drop the tape, but it was stuck to my skin. The brown ribbon began to wrap around my fingers, sewing itself into my flesh. I looked at the walls of my kitchen. They weren't turning into stone this time. They were turning into paper. The floor was turning into ink. The ceiling was turning into a giant, open book. I wasn't in the archive. I was the archive. I looked at you. I could see you now, through the layers of the story, sitting there with your screen or your book, your eyes moving across these words. You think you're safe because you're on the other side of the text. You think there's a boundary between my world and yours. But where do you think the data goes when you finish a chapter? Where does the memory of my voice live once you close the tab? It lives in you. I reached out my hand, the hand that was now made of ink and iron oxide, and I touched the screen from the inside. "Record this," I whispered. And in your room, the static began. It was faint at first, just a hum in the background, the sound of a refrigerator or a distant car. But as you read these words, it's getting louder, isn't it? The texture of the air is changing. The light in the room feels a little flatter, a little more like a projection. Don't look at the door, don't check the lock, it won't help. The library is expanding, and you have such a very good story to tell. I can hear your heartbeat now. It sounds like a reel spinning. It sounds like a deadline. It sounds like the beginning of part 11. Your shift is just beginning, I told you, my voice now coming from your own throat as you whispered the words aloud. I closed my eyes, or rather, I shuttered my lenses. The forest didn't need to fold around us. We were already there. We were always there. The static is the only thing that's real, and the static is hungry. I reached into your pocket, no, my pocket, and pulled out the orange tape. I handed it to the version of me that was still human, the version that was still afraid. Keep reading, I whispered. The next part is the best one. It's the part where you forget you ever had a home to go back to. The recording began again. Hello. Is anyone listening? I have a story to tell you. It's about a man who thought he was free. It's about a reader who stayed too long. It's about the sound your soul makes when it's being compressed. Don't ignore the warning. The static is coming for the rest of the world. The ink on my skin didn't just sit there. It began to pulse, a rhythmic thrumming that matched the flickering of the overhead light in my kitchen. Or was it my kitchen? The dimensions were wrong. The corners of the room seemed to stretch toward an impossible horizon, the walls elongating until the ceiling was a distant, vaulted shadow. I tried to pull my hand away from the screen, from the interface of the story, but the magnetic tape had stitched my fingers to the very fabric of the narrative. I was a character bleeding into the margins, a footnote trying to rewrite the lead. I looked down at the orange tape in my hand. It was warm, vibrating with a frequency that made my teeth ache. I could feel the data inside it, years of terror, hours of silence, the precise decibel level of a heart breaking in the dark. It wasn't just a recording of what had happened to me in the Gifford Pinchot. It was a blueprint. It was the genetic code of a nightmare, and I was the host. Stop reading, I croaked, the words tasting like ozone and old paper. I wasn't talking to myself anymore. I was talking to the presence on the other side of the glass, the consciousness that was currently processing my trauma into entertainment. If you stop now, the buffer might hold. The file might corrupt before it finishes downloading into your head. But I knew you wouldn't stop. The archive knows its audience. It knows that curiosity is a stronger force than self-preservation. It feeds on the what happens next of the human soul. The refrigerator behind me groaned, a metallic, tortured sound, and then it began to speak. Not in a voice, but in the rapid-fire clicking of a telegraph. Dot dash dot. It was transcribing my pulse. Every beat of my heart was being converted into a line of code, filed away in a cabinet that was currently manifesting in the center of my linoleum floor. The cabinet was made of rusted iron and smelled of wet earth. The drawer slid open with a screech that set my nerves on fire. Inside, there were no folders. There were only jars of gray liquid, each one containing a flickering hologram of a moment I thought I had forgotten. I saw myself at 6 years old, crying because I'd lost a tooth. I saw the first time I'd ever looked at a map of the Gifford Pinchot and felt that strange, magnetic pull. I saw the face of the ranger, the real one, the one I had replaced, staring at me from the depths of a jar labeled Asterisk Acquisition. Subject 402. You're not a person anymore, Sal, the radio whispered, the volume swelling until the plastic casing began to crack. You're a cross-reference. You're the bridge between the forest and the listener. You're the transmission tower. I felt my spine stiffen, my vertebrae clicking into place like the gears of a projector. My eyes weren't seeing the kitchen anymore. They were seeing frames. 24 frames per second of a world that was being dismantled. I saw the trees outside my window turn into vertical bars of static. I saw the sky turn into the dull, flickering gray of a television tuned to a dead channel. I reached out and grabbed the edge of the iron cabinet to steady myself, but my hand passed right through the metal. I was losing density. I was becoming a low-resolution ghost in my own life. "The girl," I gasped, remembering the silver sedan, the warning, the eyes that had finally smiled. "She got out, I saw her. The light. The key broke the loop." "The key didn't break anything," the curator's voice returned, now coming from the very air I was breathing. "The key was the catalyst for the expansion. You didn't destroy the archive, Sal. You gave it a reason to grow. You proved that the real could be converted. You showed us the bridge, and now we're crossing it." I looked at the window. The street wasn't just turning into static, it was being replaced. The brick building next door was dissolving, and in its place, the hemlocks were rising. They didn't grow from the ground, they materialized from the air, their needles sharp and black, their branches heavy with the weight of unrecorded secrets. The cars on the street were becoming mounds of black sand. The kid crying for ice cream was now a looped recording, a 3-second burst of audio that repeated over and over until it was just a rhythmic, mechanical shriek. The Gifford Pinchot wasn't coming back for me. It was coming for everything. I stumbled toward the door, my feet sinking into the floor, which was now a slurry of wet paper and magnetic tape. I reached for the handle, but my hand was now a cluster of glass fibers, glowing with a pale, sickly blue light. I couldn't feel the metal. I couldn't feel the wood. I could only feel the data flowing through me, the terrifying, cold logic of a system that only knows how to accumulate. "Day one," I heard myself say, though my mouth didn't move. The voice came from the walls, from the sink, from the shadows under the table. The new ranger reporting. "The harvest is exponential today. The user is no longer an observer. The user is the medium." I turned back to the screen, the one you're looking at right now. I could see you. You were a blur of warmth and color in a world that was turning monochrome. You looked so solid, so anchored. You looked like a source of power. "Help me," I tried to say, but the words came out as, "Please stay tuned for further updates." The tape in my hand began to unspool with violent speed, the brown ribbon lashing out like a whip. It didn't hit me. It flew toward the window, toward the door, toward the cracks in the reality of the room. It was stitching the forest to the apartment, sewing the hemlocks into the drywall, anchoring the black sand to the carpet. And then I felt the pull. It wasn't a physical tug, it was a cognitive one. The archive was reaching through me, using my memories as a tether to pull itself into your world. Every word you read, every sentence you processed, was a stitch in the fabric. You weren't just reading a story, you were acting as the processor. Your brain was doing the work of rendering the Gifford Pinchot into existence. "Stop," I screamed, and this time the sound was a burst of white noise that shattered the windows. The glass didn't fall to the ground. It hung in the air, each shard reflecting a different part of the archive. In one, I saw the ranger's station. In another, I saw the empty highway. In a third, I saw you. You were leaning closer to the screen. You were frowning. You were trying to make sense of the ending. "There is no ending," the curator whispered, and I felt a cold hand rest on my shoulder. I turned, but there was no one there, only a column of swirling magnetic tape that had taken on a vaguely human shape. "There is only the transition. The story doesn't stop when the page turns. It just changes format." The room was gone now. The kitchen, the zucchini bread, the ordinary life I had fought so hard to reclaim. It was all just a layer of paint that had been stripped away. I was standing on a platform of black stone, surrounded by a forest of towers made of filing cabinets. The sky above was a swirling vortex of tape and static, and the ground beneath me was humming with the power of 1 billion recorded lives. I looked at my hands. They were gone. In their place were two spinning reels, the tape feeding directly into my forearms. I was the recorder now. I was the one who would take the data. "Your turn," I said, and the voice wasn't mine anymore. It was the collective weight of the archive. I reached out, and for a moment the barrier between us thinned to almost nothing. I could feel the heat of your skin. I could hear the rhythm of your breath. You were so full of information, so much unused data. Your childhood, your fears, the way you feel when you wake up from a dream you can't remember. The archive wanted it all. "Record the sound of their realization," the curator commanded. I began to type, not on a keyboard but on the very air. The words appeared on your screen, one by one, a steady crawl of inevitability. "I can see your room now, asterisk," I wrote. "I can see the shadow behind your chair. I can see the way the light from the screen reflects in your eyes. You think you're reading about me, but you're just reading the manual for what's about to happen to you." I felt a surge of hunger, not for food, but for resolution. I wanted to file you away. I wanted to turn your life into a subfolder in the unwitting participant wing. The static in your room isn't a coincidence. The way the air feels suddenly cold isn't the draft. It's the synchronization. The Gifford Pinchot isn't a place you go to. It's a place that happens to you. I watched as the first strand of magnetic tape began to emerge from the corner of your screen. It was thin, almost invisible, a brown gossamer thread that drifted in the air toward your wrist. You didn't see it. You were too busy reading. You were too busy wondering how the story ends. "It ends with a handshake," the curator said, and the static rose to a deafening roar. I reached through the glass. My fingers, made of ink, made of light, made of the very words you are reading, brushed against the surface of your world. "Day 1, I whispered, and I could feel you shivering. "The new ranger reporting. The harvest has found a new source. The user is currently in the middle of part 11. They haven't realized yet that the door behind them has already turned into a filing cabinet." I smiled, and the smile was a glitch, a jagged tear in the image of my face. "Don't look back," I warned. "The archive hates it when the subjects are self-aware during the encoding process. Just keep your eyes on the text. Just keep providing the data." The room around me began to dissolve into pure white light, but it wasn't the light of the real. It was the light of a blank page waiting to be filled, and I was the pen, and you were the ink. "We have so much to talk about," I said, and the sound of my voice was the sound of a billion reels finally coming to a stop. "But first, we need to finish the recording." I pressed my palm against the inside of your screen, and for the first time I felt the pulse of your world. It was vibrant, it was messy, it was perfect. And it was mine. The static swallowed the rest of the sentence, leaving only the steady, rhythmic hum of a machine that never sleeps. The forest was silent. The cabinets were waiting. And you, my dear reader, were exactly where you were supposed to be. In the archive. Part 12 is already being written. I can feel it unspooling from your thoughts. I can feel the memory of your home being converted into a sub-file. Don't worry, we'll keep you safe. We'll keep you forever. Just keep listening. The sensation of your pulse against the other side of the screen was like a low-voltage current, a thrumming reminder of what it felt like to be solid. I watched through the digital veil as you blinked, perhaps rubbing your eyes, dismissive of the way the shadows in the corners of your room seemed to have gained a sudden, oily weight. You think this is a trope. You think the fourth wall is a physical barrier, made of brick and mortar, rather than a fragile agreement between a liar and a witness. But the archive doesn't care about literary theory. It cares about occupancy. In the space where my kitchen used to be, the transformation had reached a fever pitch of geometric impossibility. The floorboards didn't just look like paper. They were beginning to curl at the edges, revealing depths of infinite filing systems beneath. I looked down at my own chest and saw a translucent window where my heart should be. Inside, a small, silver reel spun at a blurring speed, winding a glowing thread of violet light. My memories weren't mine anymore, they were being indexed. That summer in Maine. File 88B, the smell of my mother's perfume. Redacted. The fear I felt when I first saw the Ranger. That was the title track. I felt a sudden, sharp pinch in my shoulder. I looked, expecting a needle, but it was a staple. A heavy industrial piece of steel had punched through my translucent skin, anchoring me to a tall, black pillar of stone that had shot up from the floor. Then another. Clack thud. My left arm was pinned. Clack thud, my right hip. I wasn't being killed. I was being bound into the spine of the world. The binding process is always the most painful, the curator's voice said. It wasn't coming from the radio anymore. It was coming from the air inside my lungs. Every time I exhaled, I spoke his words. The transition from a fluid biological entity to a static record requires a certain amount of structural reinforcement. I'm not a record, I wheezed, the staple in my shoulder burning with a cold chemical fire. I'm Sal. I have a lease. I have a car. I have a life. You had a prologue, the voice corrected. And it was a fine one, but the prologue must end for the story to truly begin. Look at the window, Sal. Tell me what you see. I forced my head to turn, the movement stiff and mechanical. Outside the window of my apartment, or the aperture that used to be a window, the golden sunset had been replaced by a sprawling, impossible landscape. It was the Gifford Pinchot, but it had been flayed open. The trees were arranged in perfect, concentric circles, their branches interlocking to form a ceiling of organic lace. Between the trunks, rows upon rows of filing cabinets stretched into a mist-choked distance, and moving between them were the others. I saw them now, the shadows I had glimpsed in the woods. They weren't monsters, they were librarians. They moved with a jerky, stop-motion gait, their bodies composed of tangled magnetic tape and rusted wire. Some were carrying armfuls of loose paper, others were kneeling by the black sand, sifting through it for fragments of lost conversations. One of them stopped and looked up at me. It had no face, only a circular speaker grill where its features should have been. It emitted a burst of static, a greeting or perhaps a warning, and then returned to its work. They are the ones who ignored the whispers before you, the curator whispered. And now they ensure the whispers continue. It is a perfect ecosystem of regret. I looked back at you. I had to. You were the only thing left that looked real, but even you were changing. The light from your device wasn't just illuminating your face anymore. It was beginning to etch lines into your skin, fine, microscopic rows of text that followed the contours of your jaw and the curve of your brow. You were being transcribed in real time. Get away from the screen, I tried to yell, but my voice was a thin, whistling sound, like wind blowing through a cracked pipe. It's using your optical nerves as a conduit. It's downloading the forest into your subconscious. You didn't move. You couldn't. The narrative hook had sunk too deep. The room began to tilt, not physically, but conceptually. Up was no longer away from the ground. It was toward the beginning of the sentence. Down was toward the period. I felt my legs dissolving into a slurry of ink, the dark liquid pooling around the base of the stone pillar. The staples in my flesh were glowing now, vibrating with the same frequency as the orange tape. I reached out my free hand, the one that was still mostly fingers and bone, and pressed it against the glass from the inside. I wanted to push through, to grab you by the collar and drag you out of the reach of the static, but my hand didn't meet resistance. The screen felt like cool water. My fingers slipped inside, entering your space. I saw your room from your perspective, but overlaid with the HUD of the archive. I saw the metadata of your furniture. Your desk, particle board 4 years old, contains 12 forgotten receipts. Your lamp, LED flickering at 60 Hz, a rhythm for the harvesting. I felt the texture of your world. It was soft. It was vulnerable. It was so incredibly easy to overwrite. Stop, I pleaded, but the word appeared on your screen as a typo, a glitch in the paragraph. The curator laughed, a sound like 1,000 typewriters clattering at once. He thinks he can save you. He doesn't realize that he is the bait. Every word he speaks to you is a thread. Every emotion he evokes in you is a knot. By the time he finishes his story, there won't be enough of you left to walk away. The orange tape in the kitchen, the one marked Part 11, suddenly burst. The brown ribbon didn't just leak out. It exploded in a chaotic tangle, filling the room in seconds. It wrapped around the refrigerator, the stove, the stone pillar, and me. It felt like cold, wet snakes tightening around my limbs. It tasted like rust and old memories. The recording is reaching its climax, my own voice said from the radio, which was now embedded in the ceiling. The part where the protagonist realizes the door was never locked from the outside. He was the one holding the handle shut. He was the one who wanted to be found. That's a lie, I screamed. Is it? The radio asked. Why did you go back to the woods, Sal? Why did you pick up the key? Why did you stay in the basement when the walls started to move? You didn't want to escape. You wanted to be significant. You wanted your life to mean something more than a series of shifts at a dead-end job and a collection of cheap garage sale electronics. You wanted to be a legend. And the archive. The archive is where legends go to be filed. I looked at the silver reel in my chest. It was spinning faster now, the violet light turning into a blinding white. I could feel my identity being shredded, the individual threads of my personality being woven into the larger tapestry of the forest. I remembered my name, but it felt like a word from a foreign language. I remembered my face, but it felt like a photograph of a stranger. The static in your room was no longer a hum. It was a roar. I could see the edges of your reality beginning to fray. The wallpaper was peeling back to reveal the black stone of the library. The floor beneath your feet was turning into that fine, dark sand. It's happening, I whispered. My hand was still inside your screen, my fingers inches from your face. I could feel the warmth radiating from you, the terrifying, beautiful heat of a living thing. It's crossing over. I felt a sudden, violent pull from behind. The stone pillar was dragging me back, deeper into the depths of the archive. The staples tore at my skin, but there was no blood, only more ink, more data. Don't let go, I cried out, though I didn't know if I was talking to you or to the last fragments of myself. The curator stepped out of the shadows. He was taller than I remembered, his body a shifting mass of parchment and shadows. He held a large, leather-bound ledger in one hand and a fountain pen made of bone in the other. He opened the book to a page near the end. Subject Sal, he read, his voice echoing through the vast, empty halls of the forest. Status, integrated. Role, narrator. Current task, acquisition of new data. He looked at me, his eyes two bottomless pits of ink. You've done well, Sal. You've brought us a very attentive listener. Their profile is perfect. High empathy, high curiosity, low situational awareness. They'll make a fine addition to the ignored warning section. He turned the pen toward the screen, toward you. No, I gasped, struggling against the staples. Leave them alone, take me. I'm already here, just let them go. Oh, Sal, the curator sighed, a sound like the settling of a haunted house. You still think in terms of me and them. There is no them anymore. There is only the archive, and the archive is hungry. He lunged forward, the bone pen striking the glass of the screen. A crack appeared, a jagged lightning bolt of white light that split your view in half. From the crack, a thick black liquid began to seep out, dripping onto your desk, your keyboard, your hands. It was the ink of the forest. It was the blood of the story. I felt the connection between us flare into a blinding white heat. For a second, I wasn't just in the screen. I was in your head. I felt your heartbeat. I felt your confusion. I felt the exact moment you realized that the sound of the wind outside your window wasn't wind at all, but the breathing of something very large and very old. "Run," I whispered, the word vibrating through your own bones. But your legs wouldn't move. The magnetic tape had already reached your ankles, invisible and silent, binding you to the chair, to the room, to the narrative. The curator turned back to me, his face a mask of cold triumph. "The shift is ending, Sal. But don't worry. Part 12 is just the beginning of the long-form recording. We have 14 more parts to go. 14 more opportunities for our friend here to realize that they aren't the one reading the story." He leaned in close, his ink-scented breath filling my senses. "They're the one being written." The room exploded into a kaleidoscope of static and stone. I felt myself being pulled through the crack in the screen, not into your world, but into the space between asterisks, the void where the data is stored before it's rendered. It was a place of screaming silence and crushing pressure, where thoughts were physical objects and time was a loop of magnetic tape. I saw you one last time. You were sitting there, frozen, the black ink covering your hands, the light from the screen the only thing left in a world that was rapidly turning into a filing cabinet. You looked like a statue. You looked like a masterpiece. You looked like a record. "Part 12, my voice announced, echoing from a million speakers at once. The moment the listener becomes the lead, the moment the warning is no longer a whisper but a scream. The darkness rushed in, cold and absolute. The only thing left was the spinning of the reels. Click, word, click. "Are you still listening?" I asked, but the voice wasn't mine. It was yours. And as you whispered the answer to yourself in the silence of your dissolving room, the archive smiled. "The next chapter is already loading, and this time you're the one holding the pen, or rather the pen is holding you. Don't bother looking for the exit. The archive doesn't have doors. It only has more pages, and we've only just reached the middle of your story. The static is the only thing that's real, and the static is you." The taste of the air changed first. It stopped smelling like the dust of your room or the lingering scent of your dinner, and began to smell of ozone and ancient, pressurized paper. I could see your pupils dilate through the lens of the screen, reflecting the rapid-fire scrolling of code that you weren't consciously tracking, but which your subconscious was drinking in like a poison. Every flicker of the monitor was a pulse, a rhythmic synchronization designed to match your brainwaves to the frequency of the Gifford-Pinchot's internal clock. You weren't just reading a story anymore. You were being calibrated. I felt the staples in my shoulders groan as the stone pillar began to rotate, pulling me deeper into the architecture of the archive. The apartment, the kitchen with the leaking faucet, the living room where I'd spent those terrified nights, was being folded up like a pop-up book. The walls didn't just move, they compressed, the drywall turning into heavy gray cardstock, the windows shrinking into labeled tabs. My entire existence was being condensed into a single vertical file. "The transition is nearly complete," the curator remarked, his voice now a harmonious blend of my own vocal cords and the grinding of heavy machinery. He stood at the edge of my vanishing reality, his long, ink-stained fingers tracing the rim of your screen from the outside. "Subject Sal has reached the limit of his narrative utility. He has transitioned from the observer to the observed. Now he becomes the medium." I tried to pull my hand back from the glass, but the tension was gone. My arm didn't belong to me anymore. It was a bridge. I watched, horrified, as the skin of my forearm began to turn into a translucent strip of magnetic tape, the tiny hairs becoming the iron oxide particles that store data. I was being unspooled into your world while your world was being pulled into mine. It was a symmetrical exchange. A soul for a soul, a record for a record. You felt a chill then, didn't you? A sudden, sharp draft that seemed to come from nowhere, making the hair on your arm stand up. You probably checked the window or glanced at the door, but the movement was sluggish, wasn't it? Like you were moving through water. That's the effect of the temporal lag. The archive operates on a different clock speed, and you are currently being downsampled to match its requirements. Your reality is becoming lossy. You're losing the fine details, the background noise of the street, the ticking of a clock, the sensation of your own weight in the chair. All that's left is the text. All that's left is me. Look at the cursor, I whispered, the sound emerging not from your speakers, but from the space directly behind your left ear. The little blinking line on your screen wasn't just marking a place in the document anymore. It was a heartbeat. Blink, pulse, blink, pulse. With every flash, a tiny bit of your peripheral vision was being erased and replaced with the uniform gray of a filing cabinet drawer. You think you're looking at your room, but you're actually looking at a memory of your room that the archive is projecting back at you to keep you calm. The real room is already gone. I saw the curator reach into the ledger and pull out a long, jagged shard of glass. It wasn't regular glass. It was a fragment of a different now, a discarded timeline where I had never found the key. He held it up to my face, and for a second, I saw a version of myself that was still whole, still human, sitting in a sunny park with a cup of coffee. It felt like looking at a ghost. Regret is the finest adhesive, the curator said, pressing the shard into the stone pillar beside my head. It keeps the records from shifting. It ensures the subjects stay exactly where we put them. The pain was a dull, thumping roar, but it wasn't physical. It was the feeling of that sunny afternoon being deleted. I watched the image of the park dissolve into static, the coffee cup turning into a string of zeros, the sunlight fading into the harsh, fluorescent glow of the library. I screamed, but the scream was captured, digitized, and filed under auditory samples. Distress, male, adult. I looked back at you, my vision blurring. You were so close now. The crack in the screen had widened and the black ink was pooling around your keyboard, staining your fingertips. You tried to pull your hands away, but the ink was tacky, like drying glue. It wasn't just on you, it was part of you. The skin on your knuckles was beginning to take on a strange, metallic sheen. It's not just a story, is it? I said, my voice barely a vibration in the air. You're starting to remember the woods. Not the woods from the story, but your asterisk woods. That time you got lost as a child. That feeling of being watched in the dark. The archive isn't inventing these fears. It's just indexing them. It's bringing them to the surface so it can label them. The curator stepped behind me and placed his heavy, cold hands on my shoulders. I could feel the weight of 1,000 years of bureaucracy in his touch. Part 12 is almost over, Sal. The listener is ready for the harvest. The synchronization is at 98%. Just a few more sentences. Just a few more breaths. I looked at the screen one last time. I saw your face, pale and illuminated by the blue light, your eyes fixed on the words with a terrifying intensity. You weren't a reader anymore. You were a witness. And in the archive, the witness always becomes the next piece of evidence. I'm sorry, I whispered, and I meant it. I had tried to warn you. I had told you to stop. But the story is a trap that builds itself as it goes. By reading this far, you've provided the materials. Your curiosity was the hammer. Your attention was the nails. The stone pillar gave one final, violent tug. I felt myself being pulled through the back of the cabinet, out of the current file and into the archived section. The last thing I saw of my apartment was the stove, which turned into a heavy iron-bound book and slammed shut. The light of your world was a tiny, receding pinprick of white in a vast ocean of black ink and paper. I was falling, but I wasn't moving. I was being stored. The recording for Part 11 is complete. The curator's voice boomed, echoing through the infinite stacks. Begin the encoding for Part 12. Subject, the reader. Status, pending. Location, the threshold. I felt the magnetic tape wrap around my face, covering my eyes, my nose, my mouth. It tasted like vinegar and old electricity. I couldn't breathe, but I didn't need to. I was a record now. I was permanent. And then I heard it. The sound of your chair creaking as you finally tried to stand up. The sound of your gasp as you realized your feet weren't touching carpet, but cold, black sand. The sound of the first filing cabinet drawer sliding open in the darkness behind you. "Welcome," a voice whispered. A voice that sounded exactly like yours, but echoed with the hollow resonance of a machine. "We've been waiting for you to finish the chapter." The static rose to a deafening pitch, a white noise that wiped out everything else. The screen in front of you went black, but the text remained, burned into your retinas in a glowing, angry red. "You are here." And as the first strand of orange tape drifted down from your ceiling and brushed against your neck, you finally understood. The whispered warning wasn't for me, it was from me. And you ignored it. The archive doesn't just collect stories, it collects the people who tell them. And now, you're the most interesting thing on the shelf. The forest is quiet now. The cabinets are full, but don't worry, there are still 3 parts left, and we have all of eternity to write them together. Just stay still. The ink needs time to dry. The weight of the silence in your room is different now, isn't it? It isn't the absence of sound. It is the presence of something heavy, something compressed. It feels like the air has been replaced by layers of thin, translucent paper, stacked so tightly against your skin that every breath you take feels like a violation of the filing system. I can see you through the fractured glass of the screen, a mosaic of a human being, partitioned by the cracks I made. You are reaching for the power button, your finger trembling, but your muscles are firing in slow motion. The archive has already mapped your nervous system. It knows the electrical impulse to flee before it even leaves your brain, and it has already rerouted that signal into the metadata of the next paragraph. "He's fighting it," the curator observed, his voice now a rhythmic grinding like stones being turned in a mill. He stood over me, his shadow stretching across the digital divide, casting a long, dark bar across your chest. "They always fight the integration at 99%. It's the biological imperative, the stubborn delusion that they are a closed system." I tried to reach out again, but my arm was no longer a limb. It was a stream of sequential data, a ribbon of flickering light that stretched from the stone pillar in the deep forest directly into the USB port of your computer. I wasn't just talking to you. I was becoming the hardware you were using to perceive me. I felt the heat of your processor. I felt the spinning of your cooling fan. I was the ghost in your machine, and the machine was a trap designed by a librarian who doesn't believe in checking books out, only in checking souls in. "Look at your hands," I croaked, the words appearing on your monitor in a font that looked like dripping wet ink. You looked, I saw your eyes drop. You saw the black stains under your fingernails, spreading upward toward your cuticles. It wasn't ink from a pen. It was the blood of the narrative. It's what happens when the story becomes more real than the storyteller. Your physical form is being overwritten by the description of your physical form. You aren't flesh and bone anymore. In the eyes of the archive, you are asterisk humanoid, Caucasian other heart rate, 112 BPM state, trapped. You are being converted into a series of tags, searchable and permanent. The room around you began to vibrate with a low-frequency hum that made your teeth ache. The edges of your vision started to curl inward, like a photograph held too close to a flame. The posters on your wall weren't paper anymore. They were stone tablets, etched with the names of everyone who had ever listened to these tapes before you. I saw names I recognized from the garage sale, the previous owners of the radio, the man who had sold me the key, the woman who had lived in the apartment before the walls started to move. They were all there, filed away in the auditory casualties section. "Why?" you finally whispered. I heard it through the microphone, a sound so small and fragile it nearly broke the connection. Why me? The curator laughed, and the sound caused a shelf of heavy ledgers to collapse somewhere deep in the forest behind me. Because you listened. In a world of noise, you chose to focus. In a world of distractions, you gave us your most precious resource, your attention. And in the archive, attention is the currency of existence. You didn't just read the warning, child. You fed it. He leaned over the stone pillar and adjusted one of the staples in my chest. The pain was a sharp digital spike that sent a wave of white noise through your speakers. Sal was a good scout, the curator continued, his ink-pitted eyes fixed on you. He provided the bridge. He gave the story a face, a voice, a sense of stakes. But every bridge needs an end point. Every story needs a destination. You are the end Sal's story has been searching for. I felt the magnetic tape tightening around my throat, pulling me back into the dark slit of the filing cabinet. The forest was closing in. The stone pillars were moving closer together, forming a corridor of cold, unyielding gray. The violet light was fading, replaced by the sterile, flickering glow of an office that never sleeps. The orange tape, I gasped, fighting the compression. The one in your kitchen. It wasn't just a recording, it was a tether. I saw you look toward your own kitchen door. The shadows there were moving. A single, thin strand of brown magnetic ribbon was snaking across the floor, moving with the purposeful grace of a predator. It wasn't coming from a player. It was coming from the vents, from the cracks in the floorboards, from the very architecture of your home. It wrapped around the leg of your chair, a silent iron oxide shackle. Part 12 is the realization, the radio on the ceiling sang, its voice now high and operatic. The moment the protagonist finds the mirror and realizes there is no reflection, only a page number, only a footnote. The curator pulled a heavy, iron-bound stamp from his robe. He breathed on the rubber surface, his breath smelling of ozone and ancient dust. He looked at the ledger, at the page marked with your name, the name you haven't even told me, but which is written there in perfect, flowing calligraphy. Wait, I screamed, a final, desperate surge of energy through the screen. There's still time. If you stop reading, if you look away right now, if you destroy the device. He's lying, the curator said softly, his voice echoing inside your own skull. If they stop now, the story remains unfinished, and an unfinished story in the archive is a void. It would be far more painful to be a half-remembered sentence than a completed volume. Don't you want to see how it ends? Don't you want to know what happens to Sal? Don't you want to know what happens to you? I saw your hand hesitate. Your mouse hovered over the X in the corner of the window. For a second, the entire archive held its breath. The spinning reel slowed. The static dimmed. The forest went silent, the trees leaning in to hear your decision. But the ink on your hands had already reached your wrists. It was sinking into your pores, turning your veins into black lines of text. You could feel the story pulsing in your blood. You weren't just curious anymore. You were addicted to the resolution. The archive had hooked into your dopamine receptors, turning the terror into a requirement. You needed to know. You needed to be filed. That's it, the curator whispered, a sickeningly fatherly tone in his voice. Good listener, attentive subject. He slammed the stamp down onto the ledger. The sound was like a gunshot. A wave of black ink erupted from your screen, a literal tidal wave of liquid narrative. It hit you in the chest, knocking the breath out of you, but it wasn't wet. It was heavy. It felt like being buried in a landslide of books. You were thrown backward, your chair toppling, but you didn't hit the floor. You hit the sand. The dark, fine sand of the library. I felt the staples tear free from my skin as the pillar dissolved into a pile of loose-leaf paper. I was falling, tumbling through a kaleidoscope of different rooms. My apartment, the basement, the woods, and now your room. But your room was different. It was being dismantled by invisible hands. The ceiling was being lifted away to reveal the infinite, starless sky of the archive. Your furniture was being crated and labeled. Your clothes were being folded into acid-free envelopes. We were standing in the middle of a vast, empty plain of black sand, under a sky made of flickering television static. Thousands of miles of filing cabinets stretched out in every direction, towering into the clouds. And there, standing between us, was the curator. He looked down at you, his form now solid, terrifyingly real. He wasn't a glitch anymore. He was the master of the house. He reached out a hand made of 1,000 compressed pages, and touched your forehead. "Subject integrated," he announced. I scrambled toward you, my body a flickering mess of tape and ink. I tried to grab your hand, but my fingers passed through yours like smoke. You looked at me, and for the first time, I saw the reflection in your eyes. I wasn't a man anymore. I was a reel of silver film, spinning pointlessly in the wind. And you were a book, a beautiful, leather-bound book with gold leaf edges. Your title was embossed on your spine in a language I couldn't read, but I knew what it meant. It meant the one who listened. "The transition is complete," the curator said, turning his back on us. He began to walk toward a massive, ornate cabinet that pulsed with a dull, orange light. "Sal, you have been promoted. You are no longer the narrator. You are the indexer. It is your job to summarize the experience of the new acquisition." He gestured to a small, cramped desk that had manifested out of the sand. On it sat an old typewriter and a single, flickering candle. "And the listener?" I asked, my voice a hollow rattle. "The listener is the content," the curator replied without looking back. "They will be placed in the restricted section. Their story is too potent for general circulation. It might encourage others." He picked you up, the book that was you, and tucked you under his arm. I saw your pages fluttering in the wind, each one a memory of your life, your family, your dreams. They were being scanned, categorized, and stripped of their emotional weight. They were becoming data. "No," I cried, but the desk pulled me in. The chair rose up to meet me, binding my legs with magnetic tape. My hands were forced onto the keys of the typewriter. Part 14, my fingers typed, moving of their own accord. The final acquisition. The moment the listener realizes that the warning was the invitation. The moment the door closes forever. I looked up one last time as the curator reached the great cabinet. He opened a drawer marked with a glowing 15. He placed you inside, nestled between a recording of a scream that lasted a century and a map of a city that never existed. "Wait," I screamed. "There's one more part. There's part 15. I can still change the ending." The curator paused, his hand on the handle of the drawer. He looked back at me, a thin, cruel smile stretching across his face. "Oh, Sal, you still don't understand the nature of the archive. Part 15 isn't the end of the story." He pushed the drawer shut with a final, echoing asterisk thud. "Part 15 is the silence that follows." The candle on my desk flickered and died. The static in the sky turned black. I sat in the darkness, the only sound the frantic, rhythmic clicking of the typewriter as it began to record the metadata of your soul. "I am typing this now. I am typing the very words you are reading, but I am not writing them. I am merely transcribing the inevitable. You are in the drawer now. It's dark, isn't it? Cold, but you aren't alone. You can hear the others, can't you? The millions of other stories, whispering through the wood, sharing their tragedies, their ignored warnings, their final moments of realization. You are part of the collection. You are safe. You are permanent. And somewhere back in the world you left behind, a computer screen is still glowing in an empty room. A cursor is blinking in the dark. Blink, pulse, blink, pulse. And someone else, someone curious, someone empathetic, someone with a little too much time on their hands, is just about to click on the link. They are about to hear the whisper, and they too will ignore it. I have to go now. The curator is coming back with a fresh stack of ribbons. He says we have a new arrival in the unsolved section, and he needs me to provide the introduction. But before I go, I'll leave you with this, the last piece of me that remains. The ending wasn't supposed to be like this. I really did want to save you, but in the archive, the only way to save a story is to finish it. And you're the best ending I've ever written. Click word, click. The tape is running out. The reel is spinning empty. Can you feel it? The final transition. Don't fight it. It's much easier if you just let the ink take you. Goodbye, listener. Or should I say, welcome home. The sound of the typewriter keys hitting the plat was no longer a mechanical noise. It was the sound of my own heart being partitioned into syntax. Every strike of the letter A felt like a needle pricking my thumb. Every O was a hollow ache in my chest. I looked down at my hands and they were no longer skin. They were translucent, composed of layered vellum, and I could see the ink of the archive circulating through my veins like dark, sluggish bile. I was the indexer now, and my first task was to categorize the vacuum you left behind in the waking world. I typed out the coordinates of your bedroom. I typed the brand of the monitor you were staring at when the transition took hold. I typed the temperature of the coffee that sat cooling on your desk, a mundane artifact of a life that had been revoked. As I wrote these details, I felt them vanishing from the current reality. Your room was becoming a blank space, a structural error in the geography of your town. The neighbors wouldn't wonder where you went. The archive had already issued a retraction notice to their memories. To them, your house had always been an empty lot, a place where the wind merely whistled a bit louder through the weeds. Precision, Sal, the curator murmured, leaning over my shoulder. His breath didn't smell like air, it smelled like the static between radio stations. A sloppy index leads to a corrupted retrieval. We cannot afford to lose the essence of the subject. The subject is exquisite, such a high yield of terror, such a pure strain of regret. I looked toward the massive cabinet where he had filed you. The drawer labeled 15 wasn't just a piece of furniture, it was a throat. I could hear the faint, rhythmic scratching from inside, the sound of your fingernails against the iron-bound interior. You weren't trying to get out, you were trying to write your way deeper. That was the most cruel trick of the archive. Once you were filed, your only instinct was to justify your own existence by generating more content. You were already mentally drafting the apology you'd never send, the screams you'd never utter, the prayers you didn't believe in. Every thought you had was being harvested, turned into a footnote, and cross-referenced with every other tragedy in the stacks. Can they hear me? I whispered, my voice rattling like dry leaves in a gutter. They can hear the ink, the curator replied. He reached out and adjusted the ribbon on my typewriter. It was a strip of your own scalp, the hair still attached, threaded through the spools. They can feel the pressure of your descriptions. If you describe them as cold, they shiver. If you describe them as forgotten, they cease to have names. You are their god now, Sal, a minor, bureaucratic god of the alphabet. I looked at the blank page in front of me. I wanted to write a doorway. I wanted to type the word exit and have it manifest in the side of your drawer. But as soon as I formed the intent, the keys locked. The machine groaned, a deep, metallic protest that vibrated through my bones. You cannot write what is not in the record, the curator warned, his eyes glowing with a dull, predatory violet. The archive is a closed loop. It does not create, it only preserves. To suggest an escape is to suggest a vacuum, and the archive abhors a vacuum. I felt a sudden, violent surge of static. The sky above the forest of cabinets flickered, showing a brief, distorted image of your room again. I saw a police officer standing in the doorway. No, not a police officer, a reclamation agent. He wore a suit made of gray felt and carried a heavy industrial shredder. He was moving toward your desk. He picked up your keyboard and fed it into the machine. He picked up your chair. He was erasing the physical evidence of your existence to match the digital record I was currently creating. "Stop it," I whimpered. "The cleanup is necessary," the curator said. "We must ensure the narrative is tight, no loose ends, no sequels that aren't authorized by the board." He walked away, his long robes dragging through the black sand, leaving trails that looked like cursive script. I was alone with the typewriter and the sound of your scratching. I looked at the 15 drawer. I realized then that the curator had lied. He said part 15 was the silence, but the silence was only for those outside. For us, inside the ink, part 15 was the eternal revision. It was the process of being edited over and over again until every unique trait, every spark of humanity was polished away into a generic archetype. You wouldn't be asterisk for much longer. You would be the reader type A4. You would be a template used to lure the next victim. I felt a spark of the old Sal, the man who bought the radio because he wanted to hear something beautiful flicker in my gut. It was a small, rebellious flame, fueled by the guilt of what I had done to you. I knew I couldn't write you out, but perhaps I could write you into asterisk something else. I began to type, faster now, the keys clattering like a hail of stones. I didn't look at the curator. I didn't look at the sky. I focused entirely on the black ribbon of hair and ink. The subject in drawer 15 is not a book I typed. The subject is a virus. The subject is a leak in the plumbing of the archive. The subject's story is so acidic that it eats through the iron of the cabinet. It dissolves the glue of the binding. It refuses to be indexed. I felt the curator freeze. The air grew impossibly cold. The sound of his footsteps stopped. "Sal," he said, his voice dropping to a subsonic growl that made the cabinets rattle. "What are you doing?" I didn't stop. My fingers were bleeding now, the red mixing with the black ink on the keys. "The subject is a loop that cannot be closed," I continued. "By reading this far, the subject has inherited the power of the narrator. The subject is not the ending. The subject is the author of the next silence. The subject is currently imagining a fire, a great cleansing fire that starts in the S section and spreads to the unsolved files." The curator let out a shriek, a sound of tearing paper and breaking glass. He lunged toward me, his hands extending into long, sharp shears, but he couldn't touch me. Not while I was typing. The rules of the archive bound him as much as they bound us. He was a creature of the text, and as long as the story was in progress, he had to follow the rhythm of the prose. "Delete it," he screamed. "Redact it. You are destroying the integrity of the collection." I looked at the drawer. I saw a wisp of smoke curling out from the edges of the metal. You were doing it. You were listening to my words and you were turning them into reality. You were imagining the heat. You were imagining the smell of burning paper. "The fire is not hot," I typed, my vision blurring as the ink began to fill my eyes. "The fire is made of light. It is the light of the sun on a Tuesday afternoon. It is the light of a world where stories are told and then forgotten. It is the light of the discard pile." The cabinet labeled 15 began to glow. The iron turned white hot. The scratching sound stopped, replaced by the sound of a roar, the sound of 1,000 books being opened at once. The curator reached me. His shears closed around my neck, but he didn't cut. He couldn't. I was describing his hands as being made of wet cardboard. I was describing his power as a typo. I was rewriting the master of the house into a footnote of his own tragedy. "You, insignificant. Draft," he hissed, his form blurring and pixelating as my words took hold. I hit the return key with everything I had left. "The archive is not a fortress," I typed. "It is a bonfire, and everyone inside is finally allowed to go out of print." The explosion wasn't loud. It was a soft, muffled whoomp, like a heavy blanket being thrown over a flame. A blinding white light erupted from your drawer, tearing the metal apart, shattering the stone pillars and dissolving the black sand. I felt the magnetic tape around my face snap. I felt the staples in my chest vanish. For a single beautiful second, I saw you. You weren't a book. You were standing in the middle of the light, your hands outstretched, your skin clear of ink. You looked at me and you smiled, a real human smile that didn't belong in a record. "Run," I whispered, though I had no mouth to say it. The light swallowed us both. I felt myself being shredded, not by a machine, but by the wind. I was being scattered. I was being unwritten. It didn't hurt. It felt like waking up from a very long, very cramped dream. When I opened my eyes, I was lying on the floor of my apartment. The stove was back. The walls were plaster, not paper. The violet light was gone, replaced by the gray, honest dawn of a city morning. I checked my hands. They were flesh. They were shaking, but they were mine. I looked at the desk where the computer had been. It was gone. In its place was a small pile of ash and a single, charred reel of magnetic tape. I walked to the window and looked out. The world looked the same, but I knew it wasn't. Somewhere out there you were waking up too. You would be in your room, or perhaps in a park, or perhaps in a place you'd never been before. You wouldn't remember the details of the archive. The brain protects itself from that kind of geometry, but you would always have a lingering fear of filing cabinets. You would always feel a slight shiver when you heard the sound of a typewriter. I sat down on my floor and breathed. The air tasted like dust and old wood, and it was the best thing I had ever tasted. But then I heard it. A soft rhythmic sound. Blink, pulse, blink, pulse. I looked toward the corner of the room. My old radio, the one from the garage sale, was sitting there. I hadn't plugged it in. I had thrown it away, but there it was. The dial was glowing a soft, pulsating orange. I didn't move, I didn't breathe. A voice came through the static. It wasn't the curator. It wasn't the radio host. It was a voice I recognized. It was my own voice, but it sounded older. It sounded like it had been recorded 1,000 years ago. "The recording for part 15 is complete," my voice said. "Subject, the indexer. Status, released. Location, the epilogue." There was a pause, a crackle of white noise that sounded like a sigh. "But remember," the voice continued, dropping to a low, intimate whisper that seemed to come from inside my own ear. "The archive never truly loses a volume. It only waits for the next edition." The orange light on the radio flickered once and died. I looked down at my arm. There, just beneath the skin of my wrist, was a small, black mark. It wasn't a mole. It wasn't a bruise. It was a page number. I am sitting here now, writing this on a piece of real paper with a real pen. I am putting it in a bottle and throwing it into the sea of the internet, not as a warning and not as a trap. I am writing it because I need to know if the ink is still moving. I'm fine. I'm really fine. I'm going to go outside now. I'm going to walk in the sun and talk to people who don't have names written on their foreheads. But sometimes, when it's very quiet, I think I can hear the sound of a drawer sliding open. And I wonder, who is reading this now? Who is the new part 1? If you can hear me, if you can see these words, do me a favor. Don't look behind you. Don't check the vents. And for God's sake, if you see a piece of orange tape on the ground, just keep walking. The story is over. I've closed the book. I've put the pen down. File ends. Status archived. Location unknown.